All right, ahoy, wasted world of sports. I thought I'd better jump in a little bit early before the countdown timer finished because the teams, they're running out onto the field. The game is not kicking off yet, obviously. Have to wait till both teams are out there. Can't kick off without the teams out there. Welcome along. Wasted world of sports double header for Sunday footy, and also going on at the same time, the Australian Grand Prix down there in Melbourne. So I'm kind of watching both things at the moment. This is going to be very interesting. Who's out? There's a Red Bull out. There's a Red Bull out. It's Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen is out of the Australian Grand Prix. Yes, yes, yes. Even though he's in my fantasy Formula One team. Yes. Verstappen out. Oh, happy birthday to me. All right, sorry. I told you this could get very interesting. I told you things could get very interesting. I've got the Formula One and the footy on. So if you decide to patch into the actual live coverage of the games today, then you will notice Formula One is on the big screen. Rugby League's on the small screen. And it's going to stay that way for another 19 laps. Oh, kickoff in the Rugby League now. Sharks kicking off first. This is a little bit of a danger game for the Sharks. They have a tendency to lose to the worst team in the competition every season. I think it's safe to say that the Tigers, one of the worst, if not the worst team, potentially. Certainly so far this year. So this is a little bit of a danger game for my Sharks. It is, of course, my birthday today as well, so happy birthday to me. I've already got one of my birthday wishes. Max Verstappen is out of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Wish number 2, my Sharkies do not lose to the worst team in the competition for one of the first seasons in, probably since the 2016 Premiership winning season. So, Denny Rick is currently in 6th place. Charles Leclerc and Ferrari out in front, leading the way. Sergio Perez in the other Red Bull coming second. And then you've got the 2 Mercedes, Russell and Hamilton in 3 and 4. Who saw that coming? So you've got Ferrari 1. Here goes Nico Hines. Nico Hines now has a little dart. He's playing well. He's playing very well, Nico Hines. Brayley out of dummy half. And I do apologize that I will be all over the place between the two sports until the race is over. 5th and last now, Sharks. Oh, actually, Hines goes for the early kick. And it's played at by the Tigers. 6 more. Sharks have started well here. Jesse Ramian with a big don't argue into the face of the defender. And the West Tigers have not started well in this game. The Sharks, on the other hand, they're looking pretty slick. Rudolph looking for an offload. Just take it to ground, mate. Still tackle 1. Gonna give me a heart attack. Nico Hines taking on the line again. 6 more, and the pressure will continue. Tigers, 6 again. Rudolph shrugs off 2. Gets close to the line. Tackle 1. 2 meters out. Dummy from Brayley. A dummy from the dummy half. And he is held up over the line. And this is an immense start from the Cronulla Sharks, which is excellent. Excellent. Kennedy to Nakora. 3rd tackle now. Sharks and that's a bad mistake from Nico Hines. Nico Hines just drops it cold. And the Tigers hold on to an early onslaught. Moe, ahoy, mate. Sorry, I haven't seen your Facebook. I saw that you sent me a Facebook message. I apologize. I haven't checked it out and gotten back to you. But no, I try not to. Oh, and you've asked me about the Bulldogs Panthers game because obviously it's too late for this one. But yeah, you will notice. Wasted World of Sports, that there's no multi on this game. I try wherever possible to stay away from putting bets on when it's on my own team, because I have a tendency to think with my heart a lot more than I think with my head. And I get myself into a lot of trouble from time to time. So I try and stay away from betting on Sharks games for that reason. Multi for the Bulldogs Panthers, I haven't really had a look this week, mate. Or today, I should say. Haven't had a chance to have a look. It's race day in the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. So I've been very busy with that. I've been watching the race, which is now 42 laps old. We're getting close to the back end there, down in Melbourne, in the Formula One. So that's been going on. I've been watching all the warm-up, all the lead-up to that. Haven't had a chance to look at any multis for this afternoon. Definitely watching the games, though, of course. Can't miss my Sharkies. As much as I love the Formula One, I'm still not going to miss the Sharks. So the Tigers plug the ball into touch, finish off a set. The Sharks now, after being hot on attack for the first 3 or 4 minutes, they're now bringing it out from their own end. Tackle one. Good stepping here from Mulatalo, and he makes some good meters for tackle two, but it's then wrapped up. No space there. No space forward for the Sharks. Baden, ahoy, mate. Welcome along. A big doubleheader here today. Of course, Sunday footy. A couple of chances of blowouts. Hopefully we see some good contests. I would actually like to see the Bulldogs do well. Not just because I made a very bold prediction at the start of the year and had them maybe potentially just sneaking into 8th spot on the ladder. But I hope they do well, because Kyle Flanagan coming back into the team, a lot of people feel like he's just been thrown to the wolves. So I hope he has a good game. And I've actually been calling for Flanagan to start and form a combination with Burton from the very beginning. So it'll be the first taste of that this afternoon. Looking forward to seeing that. Penalty to the Tigers now. Very relieving piggyback out of their own end. And credit to them. They've held on to the early onslaught. They kept their line intact just. But that's all you have to do. It only has to be just. As long as the score remains the same when you come away from your own end. But some crazy scenes at the Formula One. Max Verstappen out. That's the big news. Max Verstappen out of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Carlos Sainz, the other Ferrari driver, out of the Formula One Grand Prix in Melbourne. Still one Ferrari and one Red Bull out on track, and they are 1 and 2 at the moment, Leclerc and Perez. And then it's the two Mercedes, 3 and 4, and then the two McLarens, Norris and Ricciardo, in 5 and 6. Forward pass there for the Tigers. Didn't even get to the kick, and the Sharks are off the hook because the Tigers, and that just sums up the Tigers this season, doesn't it? That was a real opportunity for them. They could have really got some points, essentially against the run of play. They've been under the pump for the first 4 or 5 minutes. They finally get the ball down the other end. They hold on in defense. They get down the other end, and then they make a mistake early in the tackle count. Sharks now from the scrum. Tackle 2 now, 30 metres out. Third tackle, Sabaton Liam. Cheers, buddy. Here's some space for Talakai, taking 2 guys with him again. And Mulatula out of dummy half. Moylan is absolutely destroyed. Moylan's not someone you want to take hit-ups. 5th and last now. High ball. Pressure here. Pressure here. Tigers get all in each other's way. And Rudolph picks it up. Gives it to Nakora. It is. And Nakora steps 2 defenders and scores under the post. First try. Cronulla Sharks. 4-0. About to be 6-0. Try right under the posts. We're going to have a look, I think. I think there'll be an intervention by the bunker. Because James Tamo's blowing up about something. It'll be interesting to see what that is. Bulatalo gets through. He's already dropped the ball. Pressure is on. That's play on. There's absolutely no way they can take this off them, surely. And that will be first try. Sharks. Great start for the Sharks. Then they kind of made the mistake, let the Tigers back in. Tigers made the mistake. Good again. The Sharks go good again. Wait, Vobsy, you had Nakora as first try scorer? That's huge. I should imagine he was paying a pretty penny as well. I would have thought that the short odds would have been Mulatalo or Katoa. I would have thought they would have the best odds. Oh, you lied. It wasn't Nakora. That's a shame. Nakora would have been paying quite a good outlay, I reckon. Ed Vogel, ahoy there, mate. Up indeed. What a great start for the Sharks. And finally, points on the board for them. Nico has taken an eternity here for a kick that he could probably get over blindfolded in his sleep with no shoes on. Oh, God. I remember in school, the barefoot kicks. Because in school, they wouldn't let you wear... Before a certain age, you weren't allowed to wear cleats. So you used to play footy barefoot. Conversions, barefoot. I don't understand why they did it to us. Does anybody know exactly what happened with Ponga's Knights drama at the moment? With regards to the whole Dolphins thing and contracts and whatnot, I assume you're referring to? Restart here for the Tigers. And ULA with a good first hit up. On the back of points here, the Sharks, very important that they put a good set in. And Talakai playing in the centres also doing the hit ups. Oh, Ponga was sent back to Tonga. That's what happened. That's what's going on. Does Ponga want to leave or the Knights want him to leave? I dare say the Knights don't want him to leave. Another kick goes high, and the Tigers again have absolutely fluffed it. 2 high balls in a row. 2 dropped catches. The Sharks putting pressure on. And now 0 tackle. Sharks right in front of the posts. 10 metres out. Pressure on again here for the Tigers. It could be a long afternoon for the Tigers. Oh, Fanukins dropped it. Just as I compliment them, of course they go and do that. So I'm assuming that in the tipping, Wasted World of Sports tipping contest, that it's never too late to join if you would like to, but I'm assuming that everybody pretty much would have gone for the Sharks and the Panthers. That is my assumption. Let's have a look. Wasted World of Sports. Few tips. Oh, there's a couple of people who've gone for the Tigers there. Interesting. Fifth and last now, Tigers. High ball. And that is how you take a high ball. Very well taken there by the Sharks. They have shown how it's done. They survive. And they are now on the attack again. Coming out of their own territory, though, but they seem to be making meters very, very easily. Hines with an offload. And it's now tackle 4. 40 meters out from their own line. Sharks. You can almost guarantee, no matter what part of the field they're on, after the last 2 kicks, they'll be putting another high ball up to that same guy. I think it's Dane Laurie at the back for the Tigers. Oh, not really. Hines has gone for distance. I would have thought for sure. I thought for sure you keep pushing on, and they made a mess of the last 2 high balls with pressure on in the kick chase. Surely you do it again. But smarter guys than me are out there playing the game, so Hines just going with the higher percentage play, and that is just put the Tigers down, kick for territory, pin them down their own end. Because it is now 5th and last. Good run by Leilua, but 5th and last, just into the Sharks' side of the halfway line. 45-meter kick is a good one, and Kennedy slipped, and lucky for Will Kennedy, it bounces over the dead ball line. Wow. There was just no dig in his cleats there, and he slipped and fell flat on his face, and that could have bounced anywhere. That could have bounced absolutely anywhere. Lucky for Kennedy and the Sharks, it goes dead. 7 tackle set. Talakai playing in the centres, but still doing a lot of work with the hit-ups. But why wouldn't he? Look at the size of the man. It's huge. Spreading it wide on the second here, the Sharks really fancy themselves to play some expansive play. Kennedy looks for the inside ball. It was a little flat. It was very sloppy. It was very flat. Moylan can't hold on to it. And now it's a 0 tackle for the Tigers, and the Sharks may be just getting a little ahead of themselves here. If Katoa can get a try in the next 10 and lower my heart rate a little bit, that would... So, who have you got? Oh, the Tigers have made an absolute hash out of that. And the Tigers, wow. When you're down, and it is just not a good year for the Tigers, is it really? I mean, they should have won the other week, but a last-second kick off the goalpost. Oh, he's knocked that in. Knocked on from dummy half in the process of trying to pass the ball. I mean, you know things are bad when you're knocking on the ball, trying to pass it. So I'm guessing you've got Katoa there, Vobsy, in a multi, some form of a multi, featuring Sione Katoa. I reckon Sione Katoa is pretty well good odds on to get a try. Hines to Mulatalo. Mulatalo takes on the fullback. He's got enough pace. He scores in the corner. And that was just 1 try too late for Vobsy and his first try scorer. But Mulatalo is over for the Sharks. 10-0. Kick to come. And this is going to get very ugly, I think, for the West Tigers. Robert asks if I remember the former Eels player, Stuart Kelly. You know what? I'm not going to lie. The name sounds familiar. And that's why it sounds familiar. Hang on. Whoa. What are we looking at here? Oh, he may have had his foot in touch. Let's have a look. He's in play here. He's in play. He's in play. He's still in play. It is... God, I don't want to have to make that call. Well, he's called it straight away. And Mulatalo has had a toenail in touch. And that is not going to be a try. That try is going to get taken away. Disallowed. It remains 6-0. Tigers get away with that one. The Sharks lost in round 1 to the Raiders, but then they've won everything since, including a big win against Parramatta. Big win against Parramatta. Well, I mean, big in context, not by scoreline. So 6-0 it stays. And that is a huge hit. Hamlin Uele. Let's make sure that it was legal, but that is such a big hit. The ball has come flying out like he's just had a bloody great spew after a big weekend. That ball came spewing out. Let's check the point of contact. It might be a little high. And that could be potentially why he's dropped the ball. We can't see from that angle. It could be a head clash as well. Could have been a head clash. We are absolutely not going to see. Can't see from any of the angles that they showed. Well, it's on report, and it will be a penalty. I don't understand what's happened there, but he's on report. He's been hit in the head. I don't think so. It looks like a head clash. Bobsy called head clash. Penalty Tigers, and the Tigers a quarter of the way through this match almost, and they are just holding on. They are just hanging on in there, aren't they? I tell you what, I'm always very nervous. As I said at the top of the stream, the Sharks do have this very, very bad run when it comes to playing against the worst teams in the competition. So I'm always very nervous when they come across the team on the bottom of the ladder. Very nervous indeed. At 6-0, I am still not feeling anywhere near comfortable. Even though this is a different Sharks team, it seems like a much better thought out, a much better put together Sharks team. Tips on Sharks vs Storm. Oh, look, it's at Amy Park in Melbourne, so I can't see anything but a Storm victory. It's probably just a matter of by how much. I think that they'll put a good showing in, the Sharks. They'll put in a very good effort. They do look like they've turned a corner this year under Fitzy, and with Nico Hines running the ship. But I think the Storm at home are just a different beast, no matter what shape they're actually in or what form they're in. The Storm at home are just a whole different beast, aren't they? If it was at Shark Park, I might say that, yeah, maybe Dare to dream. Dare to dream. I mean, Sharkies beat Parramatta. Sharkies could potentially beat Melbourne on their day, potentially. But I just think at Amy Park in Melbourne, it might just be a step too far. Penalty Sharks now for a high shot. James Tarmo is getting into the face of the referee again. James Tarmo really needs to watch himself here, or he's going to get on the wrong side of the officials if he hasn't done so already, because he is blowing up at just about every call. And for some reason, referees don't like that very much. Anyway, switching over to the Formula One for just a brief second, because it is lap 57 of 58. And Charles Leclerc from Ferrari currently holds the lead. Sione Katoa scores! And there you go, Vopsy. Sione Katoa over in the corner. Sharks 10. Tigers 0. Kick to come. Sione Katoa, try scorer. So yes, lap 57 of 58, Charles Leclerc from Ferrari leading the Grand Prix. Final lap has just begun. Sergio Perez, Red Bull. Second, George Russell, Mercedes. That makes up the podium. And then you've got Hamilton, Mercedes. The two McLarens, Norris and Ricciardo. Ricciardo coming sixth in his home Grand Prix is a good result, because I think he started on the grid about ninth, if I'm not mistaken. So he managed to make up a few spots. He was helped, of course, by Verstappen and Sainz, both out of the Grand Prix. But as somebody who hates Red Bull racing, a great result for me. Fantastic result for me. Max Verstappen out of the Grand Prix and falls further behind in the championship. All right, we can concentrate now on the actual game itself. As Charles Leclerc comes around the final corner and just has to keep the car on the track for 1/10 of a second, gets the fastest lap in doing so. Charles Leclerc, Ferrari win the Australian Grand Prix. All right. I can now exit split screen. If I can figure out how to do it. Oh, there we go. Exit split view. Now, I'm all in on the rugby league. The Hines has missed the conversion by the looks of it. The Formula One's over. 100% concentration now on the footy. Hines misses the conversion. It stays 10 points to 0. Tigers restart. Verstappen had some sort of mechanical failure with the car. Yeah. He didn't crash or anything, just yet mechanical failure. Had to pull over and shut the car down. Sharkies now, fifth and last, on halfway. 10-0. What can they do? Hines, high ball. And the Tigers have been pressured under these high balls. Taken nicely this time, though. They kicked to the wrong guy. Ricardo started 7th. Okay. Oh, Vopsy, don't get me started. I cannot stand Max Verstappen. Cannot stand him. I'm tempted to go on a rant now about why I dislike him so much, but I won't. I'll save that for a Formula One related video. Tigers now bringing the ball back, fourth tackle, still inside their own half. Not anymore, though. Brooks brings it up and gets an offload away, and we have got time off here for something. HIA, independent doctor. Right, okay. Someone's had a head clash, and the independent doctor has stepped in and said, off you go, Teague Wilton. Oh, here go the Sharks now. Ramian making some great progress. Sushant, welcome along. Who is the first try scorer for Cronulla? It was Brinton Nakora in the 8th minute. Sharks going wide again, this time out to the left. 5th and last, 30 metres out. Off to the left of the posts. Moylan now runs, sends it to Mulatalo, who grubbers inside. And did it have to be touched? I think it bounced dead. The Tigers may have had to play at it. Gucci legend, ahoy. Doing very well, mate. You know, celebrating my birthday in style. Max Verstappen, my most hated Formula One driver in history, out of the Australian Grand Prix. DNF on my birthday. Beautiful. And now, my Sharkies, 10 points to 0. Leading over the Tigers. 15 and a half minutes to go till halftime. So the Tigers did make a play at the ball, did touch it, and it is a dropout from under the sticks. Sharks on the attack again. $15 minutes to go until halftime. Hines, they're playing expansive early in the tackle account again. Brings Nakora back on the inside, though. Tackle 2, 20 metres out. Hamlin Uele pushes off 1, and that is wrapped up. Third tackle, 10 metres out. Brayley goes short side, sends Talakai back on the inside, pushes off 1. Takes 4 men to get him down again. A short ball. Looking to crash tackle over under the sticks. And he's knocked it on. It was a tough one to take. But Nukin's dropped the ball for the second time today. Oh, yeah, Gucci legend. That Titans-Eels game was hard to watch, wasn't it? I got home from tennis just as it was kicking off. So I didn't really get a chance to set up a stream or anything like that. And probably a good thing, because I would have been absolutely ropeable. It is always very difficult to watch Eels games, though. I don't understand what it's been about the past 2 or 3 seasons. The past 2 or 3 seasons, the referees just never... They just don't seem to call Parramatta forward passes. And they're getting so much luck with the bounce of the ball, which is not their fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault to get lucky. Ha! Certainly isn't. Yeah, I mean, it's not the team's fault that luck happens to go their way more often than not. So I can't hold that against them, but I cannot like it about them. And the Sharks have let that one bounce, which is always risky. And Kennedy, it bounces nicely for him. And out they come for tackle one. Show and go from dummy half. Ramian pushes away from one. Pushes away from two, and then he's taken down. Tackle two. And the Sharks are just making meters at will here. Moylan steps off his left, tries to go himself, and then just surrenders right on halfway for tackle three. Fafita's on. Big Fafita's on, and he's just made 15 meters off his first run. Tackle four now into Tigers territory. Short side, Moylan stepping again. Stop running on your own, Moylan. You're not big or strong enough. Fifth and last, Hines. High ball. This is where the mistake was made last time. Mulatalo leaps above everybody, takes it, offloads, Tigers ball. Tackle one, inside their own 10-meter line. Coming out now. And up a little bit too rapidly there, the Sharks. Penalty, very relieving penalty for the Tigers. And the Tigers, still a long way to go until halftime, but they would be very happy. They would be very happy to go into halftime at only 10-0 down, I dare say. Second tackle now, Tigers. They are in Sharks territory. So far, it's been an above-average game for the Tigers, says Vobsy. That's a bloody scary thought, isn't it? Because they have pretty much been awful. They've been pretty bad still, but yeah, they are playing. Oh, here's an attacking chance now. Tigers, fifth and last. 12 meters out, off to the left. They go short side, and that's a terrible grubber kick. But then a second hack at it by another player could have gone anywhere, really. Went straight to a Sharks player. They get away with that one. And at least they've completed a set. And that's the way they'll be looking at it. They completed a set of 6 for the first time in a long time, it feels like. They're the Tigers. Sharks now, not much they can do this set. Early kick from Hines, tackle 4. He's got great distance on it. Inside his 40, gets it down to the Tigers 20. And it's a good chase. Nico Hines leading the chase. And Ramian helping out over the top. Tackle 1, 20 meters out from their own line here. The Tigers go from dummy half. And tackle 2. Still not to the 30-meter line, but they are over it now for tackle 3, the Tigers. Just another one-out hit up this area of the field. And that was forward from dummy half, and they've got away with that one, as teams often do. You very rarely see those calls. Fourth tackle now, just short of the halfway line. Peachy. Oh, that was a great offload. But Offahangawe with the offload. Could not be held, though, the pass. But if the pass had stuck, that would have been very interesting to see what happened. It was a great offload. Scrum, Sharks. Hines. Running sideways. Steps around. Hines is looking very threatening. With ball in hand there. Katoa out of dummy half. And out of nowhere, tackle 2 here, Sharks. well and truly inside Tigers territory. Fafita shuffles it on to Finucane. Finucane holds the ball. For the first time tonight, Finucane holds onto the ball in the tackle. Good job. Fafita. Bulldozing run, tackle 4. They are 12 metres out now. Hines running again, threatening the line. Passes it out to Williams. 5th and last, right in front of the post, 2 metres out. They come left to Moylan. Moylan to Kennedy, who grubbers through, just looking for the set. Just looking for the repeat set and getting it as the Tigers knock it back over the dead ball. Over the dead ball line. Dropout coming. Seven minutes, 10 seconds to go until halftime. Tigers drop out, getting close to the sideline. Good take by Moylan in the end, but that was made a lot more difficult than it needed to be. McInnes is on the field. 6 more off the first tackle for whatever that's worth. Yeah, Cameron McInnes is on the field for the Sharks. Moylan to Hines. Backline play. Hines, dummies, goes himself and then loses the ball. 0 tackle Tigers. And the Sharks, they just need to... Will the Tigers win? Not this week, I don't think. But I did say at the top of the stream, the Sharks in recent years do have a tendency to lose to the team currently running on the bottom of the ladder. They've got an unwanted history of doing that in recent years. Inside the 40, looking for the 40-20. The Tigers would have got it, but Katoa is back there. And the Sharks dodge a bullet there, Sione Katoa. Tackle 2 now, bringing it out of their own end. Scoots from dummy half, Will Kennedy. Tackle 3. But the meters, this set of 6, not coming as easily as in previous sets. Finucane takes a hit up and holds onto the ball again. Good on him. Fafita with another big run and gets the offload back to Brayley. Williams takes it up and they end up tackle 5, 25 metres out from the Tigers line, and an opportunity to put a good at 35 metres out. Kennedy with the backline play. Back to Kennedy. Kennedy grubbers through. Kennedy. And there is a penalty here for the Sharks. And they'll probably take the 2. You take the 2 here to go 2 converted tries ahead. I think we might have a captain's challenge, but they're going to lose it. If the Tigers won that challenge, I would have bought my first lottery ticket. That was just such a waste of a challenge. Just an absolute waste of a challenge. Sharks now. Backline move. Here goes Katoa for number 2. Gets it. Sione Katoa with his second try of the night. And that was just a little bit too easy. 14 points to 0. Kick to come, and they've made me look foolish for saying that I would have taken the 2 points. Sione Katoa with a first half double. So who else are we waiting for here, Vobsy? Who else do we need for your multi? Katoa's already got one. We need Mulatalo. We got to get Mulatalo over the line for you. And Talakai. Katoa. Mulatalo. And Talakai. Sideline conversion here. Conversion attempt. Hines getting the good luck from the Sharkies fans in the crowd. Strikes it nicely, but it's hooking way to the left by the end of it. 1 from 3 for Hines tonight. 14-0 Sharks. 2.5 minutes to go until halftime. That was a nice little backline movement there by the Sharks. This is a home game for the Sharks, yes. Byron Davidson, ahoy. 14-0 Sharks, 2.5 to go. Tigers with the restart. First hit up is taken by Williams. Yeah, there are very few Tigers supporters there if it was a home game for them, isn't it? But could you really blame them by the same token? The way they've been going. 3 line breaks to 0. 15 missed tackles by the Tigers. That just sums it all up, really. And Hines has got the dropsies tonight. Hines has got the dropsies. That's about the 3rd or 4th time I can recall Hines dropping the ball just cold. Midfield scrum for the Tigers now. They break left and tackle 1, 40 metres out from the Sharks line. 1 out stuff. They're just trying to get to the end of the set, have an attacking kick. Slightly forward pass from dummy half to Peachy, maybe. Borderline ball, but you get away with those more often than not, don't you? 3rd tackle, Tigers. Peachy, dummies, tries to go himself. Taken down by Jack Williams. Tigers now, though, looking promising. 5th and last. They're only a couple of metres out from the line. They come right. Peachy, grubbers into the end goal. Looking, Leilua was there and he got a hand to it, but he knocks it on as it took an awkward bounce off to the right, away from him. Just got a tap on that. Couldn't get it grounded. Unlucky Tigers. Here goes Talakai now, having his pants pulled down, and he's got some nice bright fluoro tracky dackies on. Well, they're not tracky dacks, are they? Bike pants. Sports pants. Tackle one now, Moylan. They are tackle one on the back of that. 40 metres out from the Tigers line. Kennedy, dummies. Kennedy waste the last play. Will Kennedy with a wasted play there. $14 to 0, half time. Somebody from the Roosters NRLW team. It's her birthday. Corbin Baxter, Roosters captain. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to me, too. All right, halftime. 14-0. Sharks. Trevor Daly. Ahoy, mate. Tennis went well. Yep, I ripped my pants. I was had a little drop shot done on me, so I wasn't right back at the baseline, but I was already halfway back from the service box to the baseline. So I had to make a kind of a dart off to the corner to go for this drop shot, and yeah, the old legs got a bit far apart, and the pants just went. That was a good bit of fun, and I'm pretty sore today. Everywhere there's a muscle, there's pain. But I'm hanging on in there and getting through it. 14-0 halftime. Sharks over the Tigers. Good start to this game. A little bit sloppy by the Sharks. But most importantly, and best of all, Max Verstappen out of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. A do not finish for Max Verstappen. Up yours, Red Bull. Suck on that. Yes. All right, I'm going to have a break for half-time. Second half kicking off soon. We'll be back. Wasted World of Sports. Let's go. Wasted Water Sports second half time. Teams are running back out onto the field. Tigers out there. Sharks coming out of the sheds now. 14 points to 0. And let's see what happens in the second half. A nice aerial shot there from a drone, it looks like. Well, I wonder if Gus Gould is aware that the Sharks own drone cameras, apparently. Ready to get underway in the second half. Tigers kicking off. Off we go. 14 points to 0. First hit up for the Sharks is by Williams. Brings it out to the 20-meter line. I haven't had a chance to have a look today, Bobsy. I struggled to get out of bed this morning on account of all the pain I was in from tennis yesterday. And pretty much since I've been awake, I've been watching the Formula One. So I haven't really had a chance to look too much into multis for today. Didn't go with the Sharks game anyway because, as I said earlier, I try to stay clear of betting on Sharks games if I can. I try not to bet on anything where I might get a little bit too passionate about it and start thinking with my heart and not my head. So, more often than not, I don't bet on Sharks games. That's a horrible play the ball by the Tigers, and Ramian has dived on it. They play the ball to nobody. Ramian just dives through and secures it for the Sharks. And now it's tackle 2, Sharks, 10 meters out, middle of the field. 10 meters out from the Tigers' line. And that is a horrible, disastrous, appalling start to the second half for the Tigers. Big lineup here to the right. Moylan sends it to Kennedy. Hines has got a gap to Nakora. If Nakora can just get the ball out, but by the time he got his arms free and got the ball out to Katoa, the Tigers had defense across there. And Kennedy just resets now. 10 meters out. They come short side. Hines again goes himself. Offloads to Brayley. Cut out pass to Wilton. Moylan now takes on the line. And Moylan, stop taking guys on, Matty Moylan. 5th and last. Short. Brayley out of dummy half puts the grubber kick in, and the Tigers have knocked it on, and the Sharks are going to get a repeat set here. And this has been an intense start now. I'm not sure. Oh, there's the knock on. Okay. Anytime try score. Well, let's have a look. Let's do it. Let's have a look at it now. As this game, they settle in here in this game for a scrum. Let's have a look and see what's happening next for the Doggies Panthers game. Panthers home game. So I'm anticipating that the Panthers will probably put on a lot of points. Left off the scrum, Moylan, short ball to Talakai. Talakai, it takes 2 or 3 to take him down every single time. He is a big unit. Fafita loses the ball. Tigers lose the ball. Fafita might have had it stripped. If this is called a strip, I think Fafita had already lost the ball. But if Fafita has not lost the ball, that is a strip. And then the Tigers have dropped the ball and the Sharks have scored. But it's all going to come down to whether or not Fafita has knocked the ball on before having it stripped out of his hands. Yeah, he kind of bobbles it. The pass was behind him. He's got control of it. No, he doesn't. That's not stripped out. That is a knock on Fafita. And the Tigers just hold on again. Just hold on. Right, so it's going to be Tigers ball. All right, so we've got Stephen Crichton, who has scored a try in 5 of the Panthers' last 6 matches. Stephen Crichton's always good value for any time try scorer. Isaac Tago has been in red-hot form. 3 of the last 4 matches, he's scored at least 1 try. And you think the ball's going to go out to the wings, those damaging wingers for the Panthers, but Isaac Tago has stepped up, taken on the Matt Burton role of sorts, and he's a bit of a try-scoring machine. And then, of course, if you work with the theory that the Panthers are possibly going to run riot and score a lot of points, Taylor May has scored 2 or more tries in each of the Panthers' last 2 matches. Taylor May for a double. I wonder what that pays. Taylor May for a double, Stephen Crichton and or Isaac Tago for any time try scorer, and Panthers to cover the line. Although the line isn't... I would just like to point out that the line is 19.5 points. The line tonight is 19.5 points. That is a huge line. I realize it's Panthers versus Bulldogs, but I don't like to go with a line that big under any circumstance. This ball bounces nicely for the Tigers over the sideline, though. So if we go... What about Josh Adokar as well? Do you reckon Josh Adokar might break his drought tonight? Get his first try for the Bulldogs? But anyways, if we just look at the Panthers, Taylor May... Taylor May's going to be 2. So Isaac Tago, Stephen Crichton, and Taylor May. Taylor May. Yeah. I want Taylor May for more than 1 try. And I just want to see what that pays out of curiosity. Player markets, try scorer. Okay, there we go. To score 2 or more tries, Taylor May, $3.75. All right. So if that was in a 3-leg same-game multi, that pays $12.75. No. I'm looking at the wrong leg. Damn it, let me start that again. Let me clear my bet slip and start that again. All right, same game multi. Anytime try scorer. So Charlie Staines is paying $1.67 for anytime try scorer. So Isaac Tago, Stephen Crichton, anytime try scorer. Taylor May to score 2 or more tries. There we go. That's looking pretty good, actually. Taylor May, 2 or more tries. Stephen Crichton, Isaac Tago, anytime try scorer. Odds of $14.50 for a 3-leg multi. It does, of course, require the Panthers to really click and really hammer. Kennedy's taken a quick tap. Oh, and he almost got through. Tyrone Peachy. So there you go. That's an opportunity for a 3-leg multi. It does, of course, require the Panthers really clicking and putting the Bulldogs to the sword. But the way the Bulldogs have been going, you wouldn't necessarily put it past them. If you don't want Taylor May for 2 or more tries and maybe just 1, I'm actually really looking at Josh Adokar tonight. I don't think Josh Adokar can be kept off the try scorers list for too much longer. He looked likely last week when the Talakai to Mulatalo. Mulatalo steps inside. And he is going to score under the post. Mulatalo kisses the crowd. Sharks 18-0, kick to come. Mulatalo. Try. Josh Adokar won't be kept off the try scorer's sheet for too much longer, I dare say. Will it be tonight against the Panthers? Who knows? But if you didn't want to take a punt on Taylor May to score 2 or more, it's not worth having him for just one try. That only makes it odds of $6.25. So, geez, who do you take out of there? Maybe you leave Taylor May in. The two Panthers, I don't know. Isaac Tago does like to go himself. Okay, if I take Taylor May out, I'm so torn. Do I take Taylor May out or do I take Stephen Crichton out? Or do I get really lucky and take them both out? Only joking, of course. Everyone knows I would take kick out if I could. I'm an idiot. Okay, so if we stick with Taylor May and Isaac Tago and add in Josh Adokar, $10.50 for a 3-leg. We all know I don't pay any attention to it if it's under $10. So I would go for that one. But Jesus, it's hard to. I'd like to think that the Bulldogs go a little bit better tonight with Flanagan back in the team. I've been calling for Flanagan from the very start of the season. Flanagan-Burton combination. That's the one that they should be trying to build. So I'm hoping that kind of proves me to be a little bit right, and that's what they go with tonight. Well, they are going with it tonight, but I hope they go well with it tonight in some capacity. So there's a couple of options. I don't know. Just quickly looking while this game is going on. Taylor May to score 2 or more tries. Isaac Tago and Stephen Crichton, anytime try scorer. That's if you want to stick all Panthers and think that the Panthers are going to run absolutely riot and score enough points to justify having 4 potential try scorers in the same market from the same team. I would go with that. Otherwise, you can swap out Stephen Crichton, take Taylor May off 2 or more and just have him on 1 anytime try and bring in Josh Adokar, because I think Josh Adokar is not going to be kept off the try scorer sheet for too many more weeks. He's too much of a try scoring threat to be kept quiet for the too much longer. So anyways, that's coming up next. Panthers, Bulldogs. What's happening right here in this game, though? Sharks, 20 points to 0. And Nico Hines did get the conversion of the Mulatalo try. 20-0. And I dare say that should really be enough for victory against the Tigers. You would have to think a team going well against a team going not so well, being 20 points clear, should be enough. Penalty here to the Tigers, though. Gets them into Sharks territory. They tap. They go. And they are now tackled. Tackle 1. 45 metres out from the Sharks line. Let's see what they can do to at least get themselves on the ball. Tyrone Peachy has looked very threatening a couple of times tonight, and he nearly found a little bit of space there. Tackle 2, 30 metres out. Tigers on the attack. Another good run-up. Tackle 3. 6 more on the 20-metre line there. Set restart. It's now tackle 1 for the Tigers, and here is an opportunity. Here is pressure for the Sharks on defense. Brooks takes the tackle in midfield. 10 metres out. They go right of the post, and then they bring it back inside for Leilua. cutting back in field, Leilua. Draws in 4 defenders. He got a lot of attention there. Peachy, dummies, tries to go himself. Offloads now. There's numbers here for the Tigers, but they've thrown to the invisible man. Katoa gets stepped, but the threat has been neutralised because a very bad pass in the lead-up. Brooks on the 4th, kicks through, sees some space, but Mulatalo's come out of thin air and gathered that and gets back into the field of play. Where did he come from? Mulatalo saw that a mile away, came in from his wing and covered that up right before the Tigers player could snap that ball out of the air. And the Tigers were not ranging up in defence there, and it was easy yardage for the Sharks. They are now tackle 4, approaching the halfway line. A very flat ball there, Hines to Nakora, and they're inside Tigers territory. It is 5th and last, though. Hines with the high ball. Taken in front of the posts easily by Norfoluma. And Norfoluma gets away from Talakai. Talakai grabs him by the collar. And just wrangles him in. Tackle 1, Tigers. Still inside their own half here. Tackle 2. A long, long way to go for the Tigers, but that will help. It is a set restart. Another one. That's their second in the last 2 sets. Tackle count restarts. Tackle 1, inside Sharks territory. Big bulldozing run there. Tamo hits it up. A tackle 3 now. 30 metres out from the Sharks line. Goes from dummy half. Little offload. Shrugs away from 1 now and swamped by 3 Sharks defenders. 1 drops off, leaves 2. Tackle 4 in front of the sticks now. 20 metres out. Leilua. Another threatening run, but the pass was flat. He didn't have an opportunity to do much. 5th and last crossfield kick. It was a great crossfield kick to Mamalo, but probably not threatening enough as far as the try line goes. And the Sharks were able to just stand back, let Mamalo take the ball, and then all over him as soon as he grabbed it. There was no threat of the try line. The distance and the accuracy was spot on with the kick. Just needed to be a lot closer to the try line there. Hines with an early kick on the 3rd. Looking for the 20-metre line, and it's just missed out. Norfoluma just gets back there and cuts that off, but that was a mammoth kick on the 3rd. Hines looking for the sneaky 40-20, and he very nearly got it. And on the back of that kick, suddenly now it's tackle 2 for the Tigers. 20 metres out from their own line. And that was good stuff there. Good vision, good awareness. Nico Hines, good match control. And they've passed to the ground again, the Tigers. I'll tell you what, I reckon if we look at the statistics, I dare say that the ground has received more offloads from the Tigers than actual players. 5th and last, Brooks goes high. Kennedy gets it on the full, not letting it bounce this time. And there's some easy yardage back for Will Kennedy. And the Sharks start this set 30 metres out from their own line. Vobsy says, shortly this game ends like 26-6. It'll be interesting. It's hard to gauge, really. Like, the Sharks are such a new team this season, or such a different team, I should say. Under Fitzy, they seem to have turned a corner, and so Will Kennedy clutching at his shoulder. Hopefully he's okay. They've double-teamed Talakai here, and Talakai... Mind you, Talakai did decide to run straight into a guy who is absolutely his equal in almost every way, Leilua. Two big units colliding, and then the difference maker was Leilua had a hand in the tackle there from Nofaluma. And Talakai, who's been very damaging there in the centres and made a lot of post-contact meters in recent weeks, just got barreled over the sideline. Now, Oh, there's somebody on the field. Somebody's run on the field with a flare. He's actually run on the field with a flare gun. Not a flare gun, but a flare stick. Look at that. He's run out into the middle of the field. We had a pitch invader in the Titans-Eels game last night. He's getting dragged out. He's literally getting dragged off the field. What the hell has just happened there? Is it the weekend for pitch invaders or something? Is it pitch invader awareness week and we just didn't know about it? Because twice this round, and they're extinguishing the flare or whatever it was, that they've got the fire extinguisher out. I've never seen a fire extinguisher out in the middle of a game before. On the field, anyway. In the stands, maybe. A fire extinguisher in the middle of the field during a game. I have never seen that before in my life. Unbelievable. Oh, now there's someone else on. There's a second one. Security's running off in the other direction now. There's another one. It's the invasion of the pitch invaders. I've never seen anything like this. And it might be a little bit of time before we get this game underway again. Jesus Christ, if anyone else runs out onto the field, pretty soon there's going to be more pitch invaders than actual players. Unbelievable. James, ahoy there, mate. Welcome back. We've literally just had one guy run out onto the field with some sort of flare, and it required security to come out with a fire extinguisher. I've never seen a fire extinguisher brought out and used in the middle of a field during a game before. In the stands, maybe. Maybe it's happened. But certainly not in the middle of the field during a game before like that. And then as soon as he was done, they got him off. And then some other idiot saw all the securities tied off, dragging this other guy off the field. This is my chance now to run out. And so there was a second invader ran out into the field. Seized his opportunity. You know, you talk a lot about seizing your moment, and there is a pass to ground again. That's another tick on the pass receiving stats sheet for the ground when it comes to West Tigers passing and offloading. I really think that there's another one onto the ground. The pass from dummy half. And I tell you what, I am not even joking. I'm not going to do it because I don't have the time or patience to do it, but I would really love to see somebody actually count whether the ground has received the ball more often than the actual Tigers players tonight, because I dare say the ground is going to be up there in the stat sheet. Very high. And I'm struggling to see where the Tigers get any points in this game, the way that they're playing. I mean, it's obviously over as a contest. 20 points to 0. 21 and a half to go. And Will Kennedy's just had that taken out with a big hit. And the Tigers have got the ball back. So no damage done on the back of that mistake from the Tigers because the Sharks give the ball back up straight away. Off to the right-hand side now. Leilua and Talakai. That's a great contest there between those two. In terms of size and build, it's like looking in a mirror. Leilua and Talakai. Brooks to the ground again! That's another pass received for the ground. Honest to God, let's get those stats sorted. Another pass straight to the ground. The Tigers not even close to going to hand. Straight to the ground. And the Tigers, my goodness. I don't know, like, when you throw so many passes that just go straight to ground, that's just some basics there. Just some absolute basics. I mean, are they not looking when they pass the ball? It's just so bizarre. I've never seen anything quite like. I'm seeing so many firsts here in this game. I just don't understand how you throw. Once or twice, of course, you know, understandable. Mistakes are going to be made in a game of footy. Once or twice, a ball doesn't go to hand. But this many passes just straight to ground. Unbelievable. I don't understand how it happens. I mean, they train all week. They're full-time professionals now. This is not the amateur days. No amateur days here where you used to go to training after work once a week and then have your games on a Saturday or a Sunday. This is, they're full-on professionals. They spend all week together training. And look at this on the other side of the field. Sharks getting in each other's way there, Ramian. Ramian just tucked in a little bit behind. James says he's one of those protesters. Oh, I didn't know that there's been any protesting happening in Sydney. All right, so how do we explain the one from the Gold Coast last night? If we say this one's protesters, what was the Gold Coast's excuse? He was just heavy on the piss, I think. The woman from last night, heavy on the piss. Leilua. Another damaging run and looking for the offload to boot. Yeah, you know what it is? It's Tigers fans running on the ground trying to get the game called off. Because, you know what happened? That actually happened in... my dad was telling me about it because my dad follows all the English soccer, all the European soccer. I don't know that it was necessarily in the English league, but yeah, my dad follows all the European soccer. He does his sports trading on all those games, and yeah, he was telling me about there was a pitch invader. There was a pitch invasion or something, or there was some sort of ruckus caused anyway, whether it was a pitch invasion or just a blow-up created in the stands or whatnot. But the rules stated that the home team actually... So the game was called off, and the rules stated that if the home team, under those circumstances where a game is called off because of the crowd, essentially, I can't remember I can't remember specifically what the rule was, but it was basically along the lines, and I paraphrased just so that I can get through this story before halftime in the Panthers Bulldogs game, that the game was called off, and basically the rule dictates that if the game is called off because of crowd interference or some sort of disturbance, that instead of the game being called off and it just being called a draw, the game is abandoned and the home team forfeits. And I actually thought, what a dangerous, dangerous rule to have in place. That is a dangerous rule to have in place, because if it was a big enough game and you cared enough about your team, surely there would be enough numbers of people in a big game moment to take one for their team, take the ban, take the fine. It just seems like a really, really dangerous precedent to set by having opposing fans cause a ruckus, and it's the home team that gets punished for it in case of abandonment. I just reckon that is a very dangerous precedent to set, dangerous rule to have in place. I'll try and find out more information about that and share the story a lot better next time, I promise. But yeah, that's a thing that actually happened. Hines towards the line. It was a short dropout by the Tigers, and it was a great one, but it got tapped back straight to Nico Hines. And it just can't go right for the Tigers. Anything. They get a pinpoint perfect short dropout, and it gets tapped back straight to a Sharks player. And the Sharks now hot on the attack, looking to really ice this game now. Hines steps. They don't want to move up on him. Hines is just running around at will, playing touch footy, and finally surrenders in front of the post on tackle 4. Brayley goes left. Moylan to Talakai. Talakai attracts 2. They can't hold him. He gets so close to the line, Talakai. It took 4 guys. He bumped off 2, and 2 could not hold him. Rudolph holds it. Rudolph scores a try for the Sharks. Toby Rudolph. I think it's a knock on Tigers anyway, so it's definitely a knock on Tigers. Let's see if Rudolph has been able to reel this in and score a try. And let's see. Bravely gets a great kick through. Peachy, Tamo touches it, taps it back. And that put Peachy off. Peachy had it covered if Tamo doesn't touch it. Peachy's knocked it on. It goes to Rudolph. It hasn't touched Rudolph yet. Well, it's against Tyrone Peachy. It's going to be a knock-on Tigers anyway. I'm interested to see if this even touches Rudolph. The commentators seem pretty sure it does. Oh, yeah, it does. It's okay, so it hits the arm of Rudolph. Oh, Talakai was nearly there, Vobsy. He was nearly there for you. Centimeters in it. Only centimeters in it. Could not have been much closer, indeed. The first knock on by the Tigers. It means the Sharks get the scrum and the restart. What's left in your multi, Vobsy? Here goes Talakai. Shrugs off one. Gets through another. Moylan now sets it to Finucane, who's had a pretty quiet game by his own high standards, I must say. Oh, you need Mulatalo scored in the 47th minute, though, mate. Here goes Jesse Ramian, and that is a try. Try time, Ramian. Try time, Sharks. And, Vopsy, Mulatalo got a try in the 47th minute. So you basically just need Talakai now. And there's 13 minutes to go in this game. And the floodgates could open here at 24-0. Long lost videos. Ahoy there, mate. There wasn't a streaker, but there were 2 pitch invaders. So the first guy ran on with some sort of flare that was lit up on fire and blowing smoke and haze up. And the security actually had to bring a fire extinguisher out onto the field to put this damn thing out. I've never seen a fire extinguisher used in the middle of a game on the field before. That was insane. And while that was all happening, while that guy had about 100 security guards around him dragging him off the field, somebody else down the other end of the field has gone, here's my chance. Here's my chance. Security's all tied up with this knobhead up the other end. I'm going to be a knobhead and run out onto the field now too. This is my moment. And so suddenly you see all these security guards just start piss-bolting down the other end of the field towards this other guy who's run out and taken his opportunity. So there you go. In the space of 5 minutes, there were 2 pitch invaders onto the field. So we had a little bit of a delay a bit earlier on. I've never seen I have never in all my life seen at the footy a fire extinguisher brought out onto the field and used mid-game like that. But anyways, the Sharks have scored again. So the Sharks, it's all Sharks at the moment, 24-0. Nakora in the 8th minute with the first try, and then a Sione Katoa double, the 19th minute and the 35th minute. And then after half-time, Mulatalo scored in the 47th minute, and now Jesse Ramian, 66 minutes, busts over. And it's the Sharks, 5 tries to none. Nico Hines looking for his 3rd conversion, 2 from 5 for the night so far. It's another tough kick. He moves in, and he has not adjusted. He's just not adjusting his kicking. It's always hooking out to the left. And he's not happy with himself about it. He's probably thinking to himself exactly what I just said. He's like, I'm not adjusting. But 2 from 6 conversions. This scoreline could have been so much worse for the Tigers. I mean, 4 missed conversions now from Hines is what? 8 points. 32-0. 32-0, it could have been. All right, so we've got 11 minutes, 47 seconds of this game for Talakai to score a try for our mate Vopsy to win his multi. So come on, Sharks. Come on, Sharkies. Come on, Talakai. Do it for everyone. A penalty now from the restart. Oh, that's speaking of Michael Maguire won't be happy. Look at that face. Oh my God, I tell you what. If I am a Tigers player and I happen to catch sight of that vision on the big screen at the ground, I don't know if they put the Fox Sports telecast. I don't know if they just patch into the ground, the big screens at the grounds. I don't know if they put what we see on the screens there, or if it's some sort of different feed unique just for the ground. But if I was a Tigers player and that's what I saw pop up on the big screen, I would not go into the changing rooms after the game. Hines is dummies. Outside is Will Kennedy, and that was a forward pass. That was a forward pass to Kennedy, but it seems like they've gotten away with it, and Will Kennedy is over. So, as I was saying, if I was a Tigers player and I saw that pop up on the big screen, I would not go into the sheds after this game. I would just go straight home. I would go straight home. It's like, I am not going back into the sheds. He looks pissed. Not happening. I'm not going back there for the bollocking that we're about to get. I'll just go straight home. But all your things are there, mate. I'll buy new ones. I don't want to face this. That's all right, Fopsy. You've still got, you've still got just under 10 minutes here. Just under 10 minutes to get Talakai over. All right. While Hines is lining up his next misconversion for the night, I'm going to have a quick break. I'll be right back. And with the reverse jinx, Hines has kicked the conversion. And it is the Sharks, 30 points to 0. And where do we go from here for the Tigers? I think it's probably safe to start talking about that now. Where do the Tigers go from here? $30 points to 0 on the live ladder. The Sharks move into first place on the live ladder. A plus 4 points differential over the Melbourne Storm. Oh, Finucane's not had a very good game. Finucane steps over the ball now. And the Tigers, they have a chance for points. The Sharks held the Knights last weekend to 0. I would love to know when was hang on, we might not need to worry about it. Oh, the Sharks just swarm. 30 points to 0 up. And the Sharks still just swarming in defense. They don't want any points against them. Half the Sharks team just showed up to push the Tigers over the sideline there. They went, no, thank you. We are not having our line broken. And that is finals-worthy footy. If not, dare I say, premiership contention footy right there. When you're 30 points to 0 up and you're still defending your line as if it's a 0-all ball game and the game's on the line. That's what you want to see as a coach. Fitzy's going to be very happy. Maguire, on the other hand, will not be happy at all, as we've established. But Fitzy definitely has to be happy with that. He certainly won't be happy with everything that he's seen tonight. James, not a biased prediction at all. Oh, look, I'm not saying that they will win the premiership. I'm just saying, who's chasing this down? Katoa, and that's out from the Tigers. Heel, fries, ahoy, mate. I'm just saying the premiership contending teams, that's the sort of level of commitment and attitude you see from them. I still think this Sharks team is a couple of years away. Couple of years away they are from starting to threaten the oh, look, that is a forlorn-looking figure there in the coach's box. That's a man who knows. I don't know how much time I have left in this gig. Anyway, Sharks ball now. 5 minutes to go. We need Talakai for the multi. We need Talakai for Vobsy's multi. Hines steps, goes himself, and is just taken short. Right in front of the post, 1 meter out. Tackle number 2. Options left and right. Moylan's out to the right. Moylan goes himself. It opened up a little bit, but it got shut down. And now that's both playmakers who have had a dart at the line themselves. Tackle 3. Centimetres out from the line. Hamlin ULA. Lost the ball too in that tackle. That's not good news for Vobsy. I'll tell you what is good news. Max Verstappen out of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Did not finish. I'm so happy. You know what? I wouldn't have even cared if the Sharks lost tonight. I'm so happy about Verstappen not finishing, not getting any points from the Australian Formula One. Even though the son of a bitch is in my fantasy Formula One team. Despite the fact that he's in my fantasy team, I'm always more than happy to lose to see that son of a bitch fail. All right, let's get Talakai over the line. 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Can it happen? Dare to dream. Dare to dream. 4th tackle here, Tigers deep in their own territory. A chip over the top. They're getting adventurous now, but they have to, don't they? They're 30 points to 0 down. Under 4 minutes left. Williams with a settler up the middle. James says the Tigers players might go into the shed. After all, maybe Maguire... Actually, that's true. I'm worried about the Tigers players and how they might be concerned about the reception they get in the sheds. You might be right there, James. Maybe Maguire just buggers off at this point. Mulatalo's got space, puts the kick in. It's a terrible kick. And the Tigers have got the ball back. God, can you imagine if the headline in the news tomorrow is like, Michael Maguire missing since full time? No, I think the Tigers issues run deeper than the coach. I mean, he hasn't exactly ever. Well, how long's he been coaching? Was Michael Maguire the coach back in the glory days? Back in the Benji days? I'm just curious, like, does he keep his job based on reputation? William Kennedy has just stepped through about 4 and brings it back to the 40-meter line. There's still time here. Dare to dream, Vopsy, dare to dream. There's still 2 minutes to go. Yeah, so I'm just curious if they've given him so many chances, so much leeway, because he has been successful in the past. I'm not sure, but I mean, I've seen coaches go for less. Certainly, they obviously have a lot of faith in him. But to be fair, he hasn't exactly had a good squad to work with in recent seasons. The recruitment has been terrible with the Tigers. $30 points to 0 up. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and still the Sharks are putting in on defense as if this game is still on the line. I like to see that. Fifth and last. There's just nothing left in the tank for the Tigers, I dare say. Okay, really? 2019 he started with the Tigers? Is that right? Okay, well then he should go then, for sure. There's no... Oh, here's a try for the Tigers! Here's a try. I was wondering how any points at all were going to fall their way. Well, that is one way that it will happen. A rando intercept. Completely random intercept. The Sharks trying to play some expansive stuff. They'll be pretty disappointed about that with 6 seconds to go to lose the naught on the back of one pass. Mamalo scores for the Tigers. The Tigers get on the board. Consolation try, potential consolation conversion. All over, though. After this, all over. And then we get ready for... the Panthers Bulldogs. Coming up right after this in the doubleheader. Missed conversion. 30 points to 4. Here comes the comeback. The comeback's on. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Full time. Full time here. 30 points to 4. And the Sharks temporarily top of the ladder. Of course, that is the live ladder, and I dare say that by the end of this game between the Panthers and the Bulldogs, they won't be. But anyway, something a little bit different tonight. I was prepared for a doubleheader, so I'll be sticking around. There will be no ending this stream and starting a new one. I'm just going to keep this one running. I'll just update the title and the description and everything, and we'll get straight into the Panthers Bulldogs game. Keep it all on the same thing. But Sharkies temporarily top of the table. Who'd have thought? Panthers better smash them. It's hard to see anything but a Panthers win. Really is. You know what? I'm trying. I'm trying to think of any potential scenario where this ends well for the Bulldogs. Simply because of my preseason prediction that with their recruitment drive, maybe, just maybe, they'll do well for themselves this season. I actually went as far to even put a multi on it. Check this out. I put a multi on the entire competition. So I've got a $50 stake. A $50 stake. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? God damn it! All right, so I did this before the season even kicked off. A $50 stake, and remember, I did this based on the fact that the recruitment drive by the Bulldogs, the players that they brought in, Burton, Adokar, Naden, etc., I thought that they would do better than last season, okay? It's still early days. It's still early days. Let's not forget. It's still early days in this season. But I want to justify this bet that I put on. This was my reasoning for bringing the Bulldogs into it on the back of on the back of their recruitment drive. $50 stake, $20.15 odds, a potential return of $1,007.49. Rabbitohs top 8 finish. So this is a six-leg multi, by the way. A six-leg multi on the top 8. Rabbitohs top 8 finish. Sharks top 8 finish. Bulldogs top 8 finish. Panthers top 4 finish. Roosters top 8 finish. Storm top 4 finish. Okay? I put this bet on before even a preseason warm-up game had been played. Six-leg multi. $50 stake at odds of $20.15 for a potential return of $1,007.49. Rabbitohs top 8, Sharks top 8, Bulldogs top 8, Roosters top 8, Panthers top 4, Storm top 4. And if that all happens, $50 stake, $1,000 return. But it requires the Bulldogs get their bollocks together and start winning some games, doesn't it? I thought that they would start. Look, Bulldogs definitely not a premiership threat, definitely not. But I thought that they might have just snuck in to the top 8, based on the fact of who they brought into the team. But this was before any preseason warm-up games, anything. The Bulldogs won against the Cowboys. Bulldogs won the opening round against the Cowboys, and then that's it. Games against I thought that they would win against the Broncos. I had the Bulldogs above teams like the Broncos, above the Cowboys. Above the Raiders. I thought the Raiders would really fall off this year. I thought they'd fall off a cliff. So I had them maybe just sneaking a game against the Raiders as well. I had them above the Titans. They haven't started very well, of course. But the season is still young. Believe me, when I say I had the Bulldogs for the top 8, I literally mean sneaking into 8th spot by 2 points or by a small for and against. There'll be nothing comfortable or comprehensive about it. I thought they might challenge and they might sneak in, and at those odds, it was worth a $50 flutter. I thought for those odds and that return, it was definitely worth it. Unfortunately, of course, we have to wait till the end of the season to find out if it pays, or maybe, depending on if these guys get their crap together anytime soon. But, that's the sort of bet that I like to have, You've got to go. If you're not going to win a grand or two, then what's the point? That's what I say. So, yeah, that was my justification. Are the Bulldogs playing at home tonight? I did not know that. Anyway. Robert, you've got the same top 8 as me, but the Broncos sneaking into 8th? Yeah. I thought the Broncos would be challenging as well. James says, I only need the Panthers to win by 16 plus to win an 11-leg multi. Worth 2,000 or 50. What were the other 10 legs, mate, if you don't mind my asking? If you're happy to run through those 10 legs for us. I'm very curious to know what the other 10 legs are. Well, we'll be cheering. As much as I want the Bulldogs to do well for my own multi at the end of the year, for a couple of grand there, mate. We will definitely be cheering on the Panthers by 16 plus for you. I'm so curious to know what the other 10 legs of that are, though. In terms of the grand final, before a ball had even been kicked off, even in the preseason warm-ups, I had the Panthers-Roosters grand final. Panthers-Roosters grand final. I haven't really seen too much so far to change my mind on that. I know that the Roosters, apart from moments last week, haven't really gelled yet. But that's just it, isn't it? Yet. They haven't gelled yet. They will. They will. I just don't think... I think the Storm... Of course, the Storm are competitive. The Storm are the Storm. They're always competitive. I just don't think that they're necessarily the same team anymore. I don't think that they're premiership competitive. That's not to say that they can't get there. I just don't think that they've got the same... I don't think they've got the same nous anymore. I think they're really... The area where they're really struggling, losing guys like Finucane and Cameron Smith and players like that, I think they may lack the maturity and calm-headedness to ice those big games anymore. Case in point, the final against the Panthers last year. And now, Finucane was in that game. And now Finucane's moved on. Yeah, I mean, they might prove me wrong and I might start hating them again. But people who know me really, really well can't help but notice that, mate, you don't seem to have the same hate for the Storm that you usually do. And that's because I don't see them as a premiership threat this season. All right, so James in the multi, Eels win, Essendon, Manly, Roosters, Sydney, and the UFC fights. Paying $42. So we just need Panthers to win by 16 plus. Which is a very, very big likelihood. Team Mull 2 having a bad week in the tipping there. Got 3 right. That's my grandmother. My grandmother picks teams. She picks teams not based on who she thinks will actually win the game. She picks teams based on who she likes and who she hates. So therefore there are some teams. Therefore, there's some teams that she will just never pick, regardless of how guaranteed they are to win a game. She just will not pick them. And Team Mull 1, my dad's out in front at the moment on the tipping contest. Every week we catch up. He comes around for dinner. My parents come around for dinner. We have a bit of a weekly catch up and have dinner and whatnot, and we always have a chat about the footy. And every week he says, I say, Dad, you're up top of the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest, and every week he says the same thing. Well, I'm sure I won't be up there for very long. And he's been up there every goddamn week. He's been leading since the start, for Christ's sake. I don't think I'll be up there very long. And then every week he just destroys us all. James, let me tell you something. $50 you put on, right? What? Let me ask you this question. What is $50 worth to you? Rennie on 120 FPS. I won't be showing the game on YouTube. Absolutely not. But I've got a sneaky little trick where I show the game on Discord. Don't tell the NRL. Actually, who cares? Actually, I don't think there's anything they can do about it. It's not like I promote it. I mean, I'm telling you about it now, but that's only because you specifically asked. That is supposed to post a link to the Discord automatically. It did not, which is a pain in my ass. Let me. Why am I paying to have this damn thing set up that's supposed to do it automatically when I still have to go ahead and do it myself? That pisses me off. All right, there we go. There is now a link to the Discord in the chat. So, yeah, obviously, I'm not allowed to show the game on YouTube. Of course. What? Makes sense. Why would I be allowed to? So, I just share my screen on Discord for everyone. Why not? Look, I don't have a problem with it. As I said the other day when we were having a bit of a chat about it, I don't think there's a problem with it. I don't promote it. I don't make money off it. I don't try and make money off it. I offer it up there for free on my Discord. It's basically the same as me inviting my mates around to the house to watch the game on the TV. You know, they're not losing any money. Fox is not losing any money. KO's not losing money. It's the same company, I know, but I'm just saying. They're not losing any money, obviously, because you guys clearly would not be subscribing and buying into their shit anyway, so I may as well invite you all around to my house to watch the game for free on the screen. You know what I mean? Anyway, what were we talking about? James, what's $50 worth to you? Dinner and a few drinks. Okay. But you have... so you value... I'm asking only because how do you value $50? $50 is nothing, really. Comparatively, it's a small amount of money. When you've got the chance of winning $2,000, if you can survive until your next income without $50, leave it. That's what I would say. Because if you cash out now, what do you cash out now at? We've only got a very limited time to work this out. If you cash out, what is your cash out value? Because I think if this is the last of your leg, 16 plus on the Panthers, I think is pretty good. Okay, so you get 920 now, or you hope the Panthers win by 16 plus. I'm just saying, I would leave it. I'd let it ride. $920 versus $2,000 on a very likely result, and it's too late now anyway because we've kicked off. Bulldogs, Panthers, kickoff. It's underway. And James, mate, we are going to be riding with you all the way here tonight. All the way. We want the Panthers by 16 plus. Even if a Bulldogs win would really help my end of year multi. There is still a long season to go, and there are still some crap teams for the Bulldogs to come up against to try and nab those wins and get them into the 8. So we're on board with James tonight. Panthers 16 plus. Let's get him a couple of grand. Isaiah Yeo with a hit up, leading from the front as he always does. Fifth and last, and that was a very solid first set for the Panthers. Cleary, high ball. The Fox is under it. The Fox takes it cleanly. Bulldogs, let's see. Big defense here for the Panthers. Early driving backwards there. Don't know who it was, so I couldn't say their name. Fourth tackle here, and the Panthers are really immense on defense here early. It's the first immense on defense. They are. Ahoy, Blade. Welcome along. Fifth and last, Burton with the kick. The Panthers' 8 is Eisenhuth. Potato. Blade, I'm from Brisbane, Australia. So yeah, Matthew Eisenhuth. Panthers number 8. Penalty to the Panthers here. So let's win James a couple of grand and have the Panthers by 16 plus. They're off to a good start. They're looking very solid. But I mean, it's the Panthers. Check out the comment up the top. There's a pinned comment up the top of the chat, Blade. I recommend checking that out. A hot tip for you there. Check that. Cleary. Liam Martin got in his way there, but Cleary gets barreled. He wanted to get that pass out to the right, I think. Isaiah Yeo with another big hit up. So Vobsy's got Crichton for first try scorer, I'm assuming. Either that or he just really wants to see Crichton get first try. Knocked back from kick-out. Taylor May's got the ball, and there is Isaac Tago. Did I not say Isaac Tago for anytime try scorer in a three-leg multi? I'm pretty sure I did. It's try time, Panthers. It's try time. Isaac Tago. And it's very, very bad news early on for the Bulldogs. But it's very, very good news for James, 83. Isaac Tago, first try scorer again. I think that's about the third week in a row Isaac Tago's the first try scorer. Taylor May looked like he was going to get it, but Tago on the outside. They swapped positions. In the tap back from the kick, they managed to swap roles for themselves. Wait a minute. We're going to have a look. Of course we're going to have a look. We've got to have a look at the touchline. Did he have his toenail over the sideline? Let's have a look here. Naden trying to make the tackle. Oh, he did too. He's in touch. Tough. His left boot has just grazed the sideline, and the touch judge has taken a dump in the background there. That's really disturbing. Touchy taking a big poop in the background. Bulldogs survive that one. I'll be right back. And the Bulldogs survive early, and Burton puts a very, very competitive kick up. But Dylan Edwards, what a great take. Brent Naden came flying in off the wing on defense on Taylor May. He could not ice the hit, though. And the Bulldogs have suddenly got a little bit of a spark. They're not holding back here, the Bulldogs. A little bit of a spark. Charlie Staines now hammered. The problem here is, though, that the Panthers, despite this lift in defence by the Bulldogs, they're still making some good meters. Fifth and last, Cleary with the high ball. It's in Bulldogs territory. It's to the Fox again. I probably wouldn't be putting the kicks into the Fox. An Origin representative, an international rugby league superstar, is probably not who you want to be putting your kicks into time after time. Bulldogs now coming out from their own end, not making anywhere near the meters that the Panthers are early. It's obviously pretty... Oh, that's a terrible mess. Dufty from dummy half has gone goofed and dropped the ball cold. And that's the difference between the top teams and the lower teams at this point in time in the competition, isn't it? It's little things like that, you know. We're seeing a lot of that happening over the past couple of weekends. After a red-hot start and a lot of close games, we're now starting to see a lot of little things like that happen on the regular to the teams lower down the ladder. And the teams at the top just aren't doing things like that. What the hell kind of scrum was that? Can we please just abolish scrums from rugby league? Have rugby union scrums or don't have scrums at all? Well, the Bulldogs have really lifted the intensity on defense, but as I said, it's not really helping them. Isaiah Yeo with a short ball. There's Eisenhouse. Whoever plays the ball on the third. Coruscant out of dummy half. Yao, the link man again. Taylor May to the corner, plants it down with Bulldogs all around him. Taylor May, we will not be bringing that back for any reason. Panthers, 4-0 kick to come, out wide. And they are looking very, very dangerous. Isaiah Yeo, Luai cuts out kick out. Kick out drew in Brenton Aiden, his former teammate. Infield he came, looking for the hit. Cut out ball. Taylor May, the rat's tail flapping around everywhere like a propeller in the background. Not a very healthy propeller. If that's how it's going around, it needs to go like this. It was flapping around all over the place. But it's a try. Taylor May. I had Taylor May. Anytime try scorer, of course. I had Taylor May scoring 2 or more, didn't I? Hey, well, there's one. James, you just called in sick for work tomorrow. I think you deserve it too, mate. Especially if you win $2,000. If you win $2,000, you should take the whole week off. Be like, sorry guys, I can't come in. I don't need you. I've made a week's worth of wage in. I've got absolutely no idea what you may or may not earn, of course. But you know, I earned enough money today. I earned enough money today on my 11 leg multi. I won't be in for the next week. I'm going to have myself a nice little holiday. Cleary from the sideline. Moves in, strikes it nicely. 6-0 Panthers. And we've cut to a shot of the changing rooms for some reason. I don't understand why. Because it was empty. No one was in there. Let's cut to the phantom changing room. For no reason. That guy's getting fired. I tell you what, hire me as a producer. I'll make sure that the main cameras are always kept on. I never, ever, ever switch to the wrong thing, ever. All right, I obviously did that on purpose. Bulldogs about to get things back underway here. 6-0 Panthers. And there is a penalty for offsides. And this is what you want if you've just scored points. Tackle one, a penalty, get back down the other end and put pressure on again. Get more points. Here's Kickow. Tackle one, Panthers already in Bulldogs territory. Second tackle, 35 metres out. Isaiah Yeo is just always there. He is just so... I don't think people appreciate necessarily just how important Isaiah Yeo is to this team. Like, Nathan Cleary is obviously a very big puzzle piece, but Isaiah Yeo is just everywhere. There he is again, standing at first receiver. Cleary steps, goes himself, gets close to the line. Cleary is tackled and held, and that'll be 6 more. That was on the 5th tackle. They get a set restart. I was thinking he's been held down for a very long time there, Cleary. Coruscant to Yeo in first receiver again. Cleary, Edwards. What an off! Oh, Charlie Staines has dropped the ball cold. It was try time, and now Burton's away. Matt Burton tries to get away, and he's up over halfway, and he is just brought down. Matt Burton breaks away on the back of an error from Charlie Staines. A terrible error. It really was. And, bring back the Biff. James, tennis was good yesterday. I'm pretty sore today. I ripped my pants going for... I made a bit of a sprint from near the baseline up to the net, and the legs got a bit too far apart, and my pants just went ripped. So I played pretty much 3/4 of the afternoon with a ripped pants leg, which was very interesting. I had to take a photo of that afterwards. It was, because I had no change of pants, like no other tennis shorts, no other shorts to wear. So it's not like I could just go whip a new pair on. So yeah, I had to just basically... Thankfully, I had bicycle shorts on underneath, like bike pants, and not budgie smugglers or something. That would have been even more embarrassing if I had very, very tiny underwear on underneath my shorts. I had the bike shorts on, so it wasn't really all that noticeable. So I kind of got away with it. But yeah, I'm pretty goddamn sore today. Numbers here for the Bulldogs. It's shut down, though, by the Panthers and that sweeping defensive line. They had that shut down. There were plenty of numbers there. But it was slightly exciting for a moment there. Offload now for the Bulldogs. Duffy, cut out ball to Naden. And there's an offload forward, and Edwards covers it up. And that Panthers defense, you look at it on the TV screen, you just look at it and you go, wow, there's space here. There's plenty of space, but the Panthers just swarm and it gets shut down so quickly. But yeah, I'm very, very sore. Very, very sore today. Like everywhere that I've got muscles, that muscle is sore because I really get into it. I run hard, I swing hard, I play hard. So hard, I ripped my pants. And yeah, I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling it today. So yeah, we'll take a few weeks off, and I believe we're going to try and make it a more regular thing, so that it gets a bit easier every time that way. So we'll see. The Panthers hold on that one in defense. And now, here they come, bringing it out of their own territory. Tackle 3 and tackle 4 now. Just making it up to the 40-meter line. Still in their own half. Fifth and last, Cleary will go deep with this one. And he's kicked to the Fox again. I really don't know if this is a tactical thing. It's happened like 3 or 4 times in a row now. Deep kick, down into the corner, to the Fox. I don't know if that's who you really want to be kicking to. I don't really understand that tactic. If I can fault anything in the Panthers game so far, I dare say it's that. They just keep kicking to the Fox. Robert says the Cliffy Lions fan club only needs the Panthers to win for a perfect round. Nice. Very nice. He'd be the only one on a perfect round this round, I dare say. The rest of us kind of got bollocksed up by either by the Manly game or by the Warriors and Cowboys. High ball to Staines. Staines takes it very easily. Well done there by Addo-Carr to hold off making an attack. He just stood there and waited for him to come down to ground. That's experience. Taylor May now gets away from one. Outpaces Flanagan. Puts Tago into space. Tago steps. And the Panthers dummies and goes himself. Tago outpaces Duffy. Offloads to Edwards. Try Panthers. It's just too easy. Penrith Panthers. Amazing. Oh, Jerome Luai's loving it. He's loving it. Taylor May away from one, outpaces Flanagan, gets outside Naden, and Tago steps inside. Dummies, the fullback Duffy. And then the offload to Dylan Edwards. Oh, sneaky stuff, and Edwards right beside the posts. Penrith Panthers 10-0. Borey Productions. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome along to the wasted world of sports. NRL should hire you to commentate. Oh, they would not like me, mate. I very much appreciate the compliment and the sentiment, but yeah. Channel 9, Fox Sports, whoever, they would not like me. I'm pretty sure that part of the working contract for major broadcasts are not drinking on the job, and drinking on the job is kind of all I care about. Vobsy says, does nothing for me. Can't. And also, let's not forget that if I were commentating live on the broadcast, I would not get to chat with you guys out there as well. So I wouldn't like that either. I love the live interaction. I love the chatting about multis and state of origin and random stuff that comes up. So Vobsy says, does nothing for me. Can't lie, wish Tago just scored then. He only just got dragged down, Vobsy. Only just got dragged down. He was almost there. He was as good as away. Just got pulled down at the back end there by Duffy. Cleary converts. Panthers 12-0. 22-22 gone in this game. Restart. Down to Luai. And I think it's Eisenhuth there. I didn't see a number. It is Eisenhuth, indeed. And now Taylor May getting involved in the hitouts. You've got to remember here, the Panthers have lost Brian To'o. But Taylor May, it's almost a like-for-like replacement. Taylor May ices the finishers, gets involved in the hard yards, bringing it out of their own territory. Here they are, on the back of points, fifth and last in Bulldogs territory. It's going to be a very competitive kick here from Cleary. His kick to the Fox again. This is obviously some sort of tactical move to put all the kicks down to Adokar. And Adokar is swamped by three Panthers defenders there. And the Bulldogs were well and truly on the back foot to start this set. But I don't understand if it is, as it appears, a strategic idea. Oh, that's a big hit on defense, and the ball's popped out, and there's space here. Luai, Tago, taken down, and he's dropped the ball. Isaac Tago. It's going to be a penalty to the Panthers. Well, there you go. So the Bulldogs have dropped the ball, coughed it up. They went wide straight away. Immediately, Nathan Cleary testing out that new and improved surgically enhanced shoulder. Boom! Knocks the ball out. And they went straight wide. Straight out to the left. Luai. Out to Tago. Tago went himself. Looks like he just dropped the ball cold, to be perfectly honest. Oh, well, it wasn't. It was the penalty for crowding the play the ball area. I see. So there's no debate about the knock-on, but what we're saying is the knock-on was caused by the crowding of the play the ball area, holding the tackler after the tackle. So Cleary plugs it into touch. And the Panthers now tackle one, 10 metres out from the Bulldogs line. Cleary with an early kick on tackle 2, looking for Kickow. And it's been knocked dead, covered up nicely by the Bulldogs. Just back there. If he doesn't get his hands to that, it's falling in Kickow's hands, and it's a try for the Panthers. So Burton with a quick dropout, but it's straight, bounces nicely for Dylan Edwards. Straight into his chest. And Eisenhuth is taking a lot of first hit-ups. So James reckons if you keep kicking to Adokar, he can't get into dummy half for a dummy half run on the first and second tackle. Which makes sense. I'd be more concerned about Adokar in space on the kick return, is more what I was thinking, because they're not exactly... The kicks are deep enough, they're not exactly ranging up on him, are they? Like, he's taking the ball very cleanly and has space to move, and I would just be a little bit worried about... All it takes is one person to be a couple of centimeters behind in that chase, and he's off. But you're probably right. I mean, I don't doubt you there at all, James. I hadn't thought about it in that much detail, but or followed Josh Adokar's game enough to know that he does take those darts out of dummy half. But, you know, I have no reason to doubt you, and you're probably right. And from that respect, it makes sense. Off the scrum now. Cleary dummies, goes himself. No, makes perfect sense, mate. That's a very good call that I hadn't really thought about. So Isaiah Yeo playing the link man again. Edwards sends Liam Martin inside. Liam Martin's taken around the neck and might have just won a penalty for it. And now the Panthers are not going to fluff around with penalty goals here, despite this being right in front of the post and an easy 2 points. Nathan Cleary could kick it with his dick, basically. It's that close to the post. But I don't think they're going to worry about it. They'll be going for the try. Oh, they are taking the points. Okay, well, there you go. Shows what I know. I would have thought at 12-0, you've had all the possession, all the territory, all the pressure, I don't understand at 12-0 why you take the 2 points here. But I've been wrong all night about whether to take the penalty goal or not, haven't I? Everything that I've said, they've done the opposite. It's a gift 2 points. They're obviously thinking, okay, it is absolutely a gift 2 points. Let's take the 2. And we are making so much easy yardage on attack. Let's just come straight back down here, and then we'll get more than 2. UN for GVN. Ahoy. Welcome. Unforgiven. Now that I think about it, UN4GVN is probably meant to be pronounced unforgiven. Welcome along to Wasted World of Sports, as the Panthers have just put a penalty goal over against my better judgment. 14-0 Panthers. And, James, what do you need? 16 plus. Okay, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. Nearly there for you, mate. 14-0. And but this is what I'm saying. The Bulldogs have lifted their intensity in defense. It's now tackle 2, just outside their own 20-meter line now, the Panthers. They've lifted in that defense. They should have just stayed down there. 12-0. They haven't really been threatened at all on attack. Stay down there. Keep the pressure on. Fifth and last now, Panthers. Edwards tackled right on the halfway line. Cleary goes high. Wouldn't you know it? He's gone high to the Fox. The Fox takes it easily. And again, there is a big... Okay, the Panthers are not... They're not getting up there. Like, they're not pressuring. They're not pressuring Adokar's take at all. But you just saw on that wide shot there, they did sort of a wide shot of the kick return, and there was just a wall of defense, wasn't there? They're basically giving Adokar a gift 15 meters on the kick return every time, but they're also saying to him, there's no gaps in this defensive line. We're hanging back on the kick, but you try and break through us, mate. If you can break through us, more power to you. And Matt Burton here has just gone 40-20 against his former club. 40-20, Matt Burton. And the Fox is happy about that one. Byron Davidson, thank you, mate. Happy birthday. I've had a very happy birthday so far. My girlfriend bought me a fantastic sushi lunch. That was amazing. It's kind of becoming our birthday tradition. I get my favorite sushi for lunch on my birthday, and just to cap it all off, Max Verstappen out of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix, did not finish. 0 points for Max Verstappen and Red Bull. Well, Red Bull got points because Perez came second, I think. But 0 points for Max Verstappen. Wonderful sushi lunch. And the Sharks, my Sharkies, with a nice big win over the Tigers. But the Bulldogs here. Tackle 4. 10 meters out from the Panthers line on the back of Burton's 40-20. It's the only way they were getting down here, to be perfectly honest. A Panthers mistake or a very special play by one of their stars. Burton now runs it on the 5th cutout pass. Tackle and handover. And, honestly, the Bulldogs, they're just not... they're just not looking threatening at all. There is absolutely no scenario where they're looking threatening on attack here, the Bulldogs. All right, we have an injury break. We've got a man down here for the Bulldogs. I'm going to use this opportunity to see what the... let's see what the lineup's like at the pisser. We'll be back. Oh, so Cleary has just put his first kick of the night that has not gone down the throat. The first kick of the night that has not deep-throated Josh Adokar. I never thought I'd see it, and I almost didn't. I only just got back in time. So a little bit of a change in tactics there for the Panthers. And the Bulldogs are just not going anywhere, are they? They're not getting anywhere in attack. They're not threatening the Panthers' defensive line at all. Fifth and last, inside their own territory. No chance of a 40-20 this time. Edwards takes it cleanly. The only way that they're getting in Panthers' territory is Panthers' mistakes or a 40-20. The 40-20 we saw just before from Matt Burton. Tackle 2 now, Panthers. 30 metres out from their own line, Charlie Staines with a run from dummy half up to the 40 for tackle 3. Stephen Crichton, I have not said his name all night, which shows how well everybody else is going. I feel like that might be his first touch of the ball. Luai sees a gap. It gets shut down quickly, and he tries to offload to Kickow, and Kickow's knocked it on. And that is a little bit of a victory for the Bulldogs there. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes there, Robert and Michelle. Cheers. 40's the new 20, says James. Well, I goddamn hope so. Because if it's not, there's not much I can do about it. Certainly not a lot I can do about it. Oh, heel fries. It's been a fantastic birthday, as I was saying. You know, Sharks win. Max Verstappen out of the Australian Formula One Grand Prix. Luai has cleaned up a loose ball, but then he's passed it to Kickow, and Kickow has just dropped it off, but it's a penalty to the Bulldogs. Inside the 10. Cameron Smith, the golfer. Cheers to Cameron Smith, the golfer. Oh, I remember it spun me out when they said Cameron Smith was playing in the golf. I'm like, what? Is there anything that this son of a bitch thinks he can't do? But then I found out that the Cameron Smith, the Australian golfer, is a completely different Cameron Smith. I heard that Tiger Woods is back as well. Little bit of a comeback story there, Tiger Woods. That's a forward. Well, it was flat. The camera angle didn't help. It was flat. Burton in a dummy half. Kyle Flanagan's taking the kick. Luai's made a complete mess of it, and the Bulldogs have scored. I was about to say, what an absolute bollocks of a kick it was. The kick was not worth much, but Luai took a little sneaky look up, and he forgot to catch the ball in the process. And here come the Bulldogs. It was a nothing kick. Luai has a sneaky look up. He heard the footsteps. And it is a try. And who has scored that try? Pangai. Tavita Pangai Jr. Jerome Luai had the cheeky little look up. He heard the footsteps raging down behind him. And then he just forgot to catch the ball. Here come the Bulldogs. $14-4, kick to come. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Old love in the background there is still not happy. She's like, I'm not getting too excited yet. It's only one try, and we're still 10 points behind with the kick to come. I'm not going to get too excited about it just yet. Robert M says he's 41st in the Masters. The other Aussie, 18th at the Master. I do apologise, Robert, and chat room. I have lost track of what we were talking about. I've completely lost. After the whole try thing sort of happened, and yeah, I've got absolutely no idea what's happening anymore. I do apologise about that. I know we were talking about golf. So is it Tiger Woods? Is Tiger Woods 41st? And the other Aussie is 18th. Who's the other Aussie? Because Cameron Smith is second, isn't he? I'm not sure. Anyways, 14-6. Conversion successful. Panthers restart. The try scorer takes the first hit up, and it is now tackle 2. Bulldog offloads. Not tackle 2 yet, and that's a knock on. Cleary cleans up the loose ball. Sends it to Luai. They're looking to punish them immediately. Luai comes back into traffic, though, and the Panthers just start again. 0 tackle. 20 metres out from the Bulldogs line. Bulldogs, that's not the kind of start to a set of 6 you want on the back of points at all. You don't want to push passes, make mistakes that early in the tackle count. Not good work there. Scott Sorensen with a little bit of a settler here. Coruscant, Isaiah Yeo in first receiver again. Playing that link man role. He decides to run it on his own. Wasn't even looking for an offload that time. Whoa. Sorensen there just holds onto the ball. Coruscant from dummy half. Spencer Lenu backing his way into the defensive line. 5th and last. Cleary with a kick from the 10-metre line. Just dinks it up into the air. Crichton taps it back and Edwards knocks it on. And it will be Bulldogs ball. Reese Boy Royal. Ahoy, mate. Welcome along. Bulldogs are so poor, and I don't know why. I'm totally with you, mate. I'm totally with you on that one. I thought that this was a turning of the corner for the Bulldogs. You know, absolutely in no capacity did I think that the Bulldogs were going to be a premiership threat, but I thought that they had recruited well enough to be a challenge for the top 8 this year. Now, getting spanked by the Panthers is not necessarily... that's not necessarily anything to worry about for a team that's just on the brink of the 8. It might be a bit concerning if it was the Melbourne Storm, say, and they were getting spanked by the Panthers, a genuine premiership contender, but a team who's on the brink of the 8 at best, like the Bulldogs, I don't think getting beaten really hardly by the Panthers here tonight will send any alarm bells ringing, but I genuinely thought that they had recruited well enough that they would turn things around this season. And look, the season is still young. We're only in week 5. There's plenty of time left, but I'm disappointed by the showings that they put out against teams like the Broncos. I would have expected the Bulldogs to win against the Broncos. They only just beat the Cowboys, another team I would have expected to win against. They've dropped a couple of games already this season. I would have anticipated that they would have been turning around and winning this season on the back of the recruitment drive they had. I really thought that they would do better this year. They've not started well. Oh, it's just too easy. Isaiah Yeo to Liam Martin running off his hip under the sticks. Another try for the Panthers. And they just make it look way too easy. $18 points to 6. Kick to come. Unbelievable. That was way too easy. And yeah, it's just not working out for the Bulldogs. They're a couple of years away from being back in premiership contention, at least. You've got Kickow coming in next year. Kickow's a great get. I thought that they would do better than they are doing this season so far, to be honest. But as I said, the season is still young. There's still plenty of time left to go. They could still sneak into the top 8. And I think sneaking into the top 8 would be a huge... Oh, yeah, Reed Marnie's coming to the Dogs as well. So you've got Reed Marnie coming in. You've got Kickow coming in. So there's a couple of more missing pieces of the puzzle being filled in next season. As I said, I thought that they were a couple of years away, at least, from being premiership material. I really did think that they might challenge to just sneak in to the 8 this season, though. I think there's enough talent out there on that field to sneak into the 8. James says, hey Dan, what you drinking? Is it stout? I don't know what that is. Nice little homebrew whiskey. To answer the question, though, if stout is homebrew whiskey, then yes. Trevor Daly, let's not. Trevor Daly, you cheeky bugger. Let's not count them out yet. Let's not count. Well, we can definitely count the Tigers out. Let's not count the Bulldogs out just yet. I reckon the Bulldogs will get a win over the Broncos. When's that? Next week? Oh, stout is a black beer. Okay, definitely not then. Definitely not. No, a nice little homebrew whiskey. Fifth and last, Panthers. Cleary, high ball. Where's Adokar? He's not looking for Adokar this time. Oh, Duffy's made a mess of it. Kick out, collects it, offloads. And we've got 15 seconds. Another offload. It's called held, though, so it has to come back. We've got 15 seconds. One more tackle. What can the Panthers do here? 10 seconds to go. Play the ball. It comes to Cleary. Cleary with a little dinking over the top. Sorry, I'm laughing my ass off because Duffy's just run into the back of the referee and fallen over. Duffy's taken a dive after making contact with the referee, and now the referee's calling him out. The referee's calling out Duffy and putting him on report for running. He wasn't, actually. He called Burton out. He called Burton out and put Burton on report for something. But yeah, that was hilarious. Duffy's just run into the back of the referee and taken a dive. For whatever reason, I mean, you don't win a penalty for getting taken out by the referee, do you? You can't get an escort penalty or an obstruction penalty for that. You could potentially have a try disallowed, though, I suppose, and that's probably what he was looking at. He's like, oh, God, we're in a bit of trouble here. I better run into the arse of the referee and fall over. But it just looked ridiculous. It looked horribly obvious. Matt Duffy, what are you doing, mate? Reese Boy Royal, is next week a winnable game against South since Latrell is out? No. In all honesty, when we did our bold top excuse me, In all honesty, when we did our bold top 8 predictions video, I had the Bulldogs. I had the Bulldogs basically playing what the Sharks did. What the Sharks did last season is the position I thought that the Bulldogs would have this season. Good enough to beat all the teams below them on the ladder, but not going to really challenge the teams above them. And that's what happened to the Sharks last season. The Sharks did not beat a single team in the top 8, but they destroyed everybody below them. And what did they finish? They ended up finishing 9th, I think, the Sharks, 9th or 10th, just out of the 8th spot on for and against. And that's what I thought it was going to come down to this season for the Bulldogs. They are a couple of years away from a full team, from a premiership contending team. But I really did think on the back of the recruitment that they've made that they would challenge for the 8. I thought that they would probably fill that role that the Sharks had last season, and they would beat all the teams lower than them. I thought that they would beat the Broncos, teams like Broncos, Titans, Cowboys. They did beat the Cowboys but, they lost to the Broncos. I thought they'd be beating teams like Broncos, Cowboys, Dragons, Titans, potentially the Raiders. And I thought that they might just threaten to sneak into that 8th spot. They've been really, really disappointing in that respect. The Bulldogs, they've made it look really difficult, haven't they? So, but as I keep saying, look, the season is still young. There's still plenty of time. The other teams surrounding them in the run up to the top 8, there's still plenty of opportunities to get their act together and start to click. And this combination between Burton and Flanagan, that's what I wanted to see from the start. If you check out our top 8 predictions video, you'll actually see I'm specifically mentioned Kyle Flanagan. Kyle Flanagan and Matt Burton, I think, are the halves duo for the Bulldogs moving forward. And I said that in the video. I had no idea at the time that we did that Flanagan wasn't even playing to start the year. So I think there's still time for them to sneak into the 8. It was always a bold call. It was always a bold call for me to say Bulldogs top 8, but just to clarify, when I said top 8, I really did mean literally just sneaking into the top 8. There would be nothing comprehensive about it at all. Not this season. They are still a couple of years away, the Bulldogs, but they've got the core of redeveloping there for sure. Byron says Sharks have really impressed me this season. Absolutely, yeah. Look, tonight I was very nervous about tonight or this afternoon, I should say. Very nervous about this afternoon because the Sharks in recent years, before Fitzy, they have a tendency to lose the game against the bottom of the table team. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I sure have noticed. The Bulldogs beat the Sharks last year. Bulldogs, Wooden Spooners, comprehensively defeated the Sharks last season. And the year before that, I can't remember who it was. It's too long ago, and I've blocked it from my memory. But the Sharks in recent years have really struggled against the bottom of the table team for whatever reason. So it was good to see. I was really nervous about tonight against the Tigers, and they just came out and bulldozed them, didn't they? Robert says, if Shane Flanagan returns to coaching, where do you see him going? Super League? I actually heard, I think it was James Hooper. If anyone's familiar with James Hooper, I think I actually heard on the blog with Hoops that Super League, there's a Super League club that's actually very interested in a father-son duo. Bringing the Flanagans over into the Super League on a package deal. Big Magic Ward. Oh, Big Magic War Dog. Big Magic War Dog. Ahoy there, mate. Welcome to the Wasted Water Sports. I can't, obviously, because of broadcasting rights, I can't show the game. But just quietly, feel free to check out that link that I just sent in the chat room. Vobsy says if it's just Storm and Panthers final, I'm gonna have to move to America and follow NFL. It won't be the Storm. I reckon Panthers Roosters grand final. I reckon. Gonna throw my nutsack on the chopping block very early and say here on the live stream, Roosters Panthers grand final is what I'm predicting for this season. I don't think it'll be the Storm. I think the Storm are actually going to get bundled out pretty early in the finals this year. Heel Fries just opened a beer. Cheers. Cheers. But anyways, Robert, I apologize. I didn't really answer the question, did I? If Shane Flanagan returns to coaching, where do you see him going? Well, I kind of did. He'd be coaching in Super League. If he were to return to coaching in the NRL, I'd say that he is probably odds on for either the Dragons or Tigers. Should the Tigers get rid of Maguire? Because when you think about it, where else is there really? Where else? They're the obvious two choices, I dare say. Tigers need a new everything. I'll tell you what, the Tigers, if they haven't done so already, the Tigers definitely need a new recruitment manager because they've made a lot of recruitment errors in like the past 5-6 years. Heel Fry says, I like that merch on the cup. Oh yeah, just a little cross promotion with my gaming channel there, Intoxigamer. YouTube.com. Actually, no. Just go to intoxigamer.com. And yeah, I've got a gaming channel on YouTube. There'll be some proper... We're still sorting out Wasted Water Sports, basically. You know, we came into this blind, not really knowing how it was going to go. When I say we, I mean myself, Michelle, Morgan. Yeah, we didn't really know how this was gonna work out, or if it was at all. So we're still sorting everything out. As you can see, there's still some empty spaces on the screen whenever we go live. We don't always get everything sorted on time and in time and whatever else. We're still figuring out exactly what we're going to do at halftime. I feel like there needs to be some form of halftime show just to keep people engaged and interacting with the channel and staying on the video. You know what I mean? All that sort of marketing 101 business. You know, something to happen at halftime rather than me just going, all right, it's halftime. I'm going to go have a piss. See you later. I feel like there needs to be something a little bit more to it. But, you know, look, baby steps. We're figuring it out. We're sort of trying things as we go along. I tried something a little bit different tonight with, you know, because usually I would stream a game and I would do all the keywords and the titles and everything specifically targeted to that game. I thought I would, and then end that stream and then start a new one. I thought I would try something a little bit different tonight and just keep the stream running and do a double header and just update it as I go along. So that was something new that I was trying out tonight. It didn't really work out with the first game. It seems to be going all right for the second game. But you know what? That could just be potentially because Maybe, it's a couple of potential pastings. So maybe there just was a general lack of interest in these games tonight overall. Oscar, welcome back. And before you ask, Oscar, I've already eaten tonight. Thank you. Just so that you know. I've already eaten. But thank you. I would love to... I was at the Easter show. Oh, Easter show. Yeah, it's Easter. You know what's fantastic about Easter? Easter eggs. Easter bunnies. Food. Food, Oscar. Food. Yes. My favorite. Vobsy says at halftime I usually run to the shops, beat up about 3 grannies on average, sometimes 4. Then I'll drive home, crack open a beer, and watch the rest of the game. Best thing about Easter is Woolies discount. All the chocolates I normally buy anyways. Well, there you go. Oscar says, stop drinking. Why? Why would I do such a thing? Oscar says, you're fat. Okay. I've never tried to claim otherwise. Thank you for pointing out the obvious, Oscar. There can only be one fatty, though, in NRL broadcasting, and that is Paul Fatty Vaughton. I will never be able to challenge the legendary Fatty Vaughton. But I feel like Oscar might not be old enough to know who Fatty Vaughton is. So therefore, in Oscar's eyes, I am the one true fatty, and that I respect. Second half underway. Panthers, Bulldogs. Panthers with the kickoff. The Bulldogs have let the kickoff bounce, which is always very risky business. And it looks like we've got a rugby union maul going on here to start the second half. That's fantastic. That was great. That was like a maul. I really felt like I was watching the union for a second there. The Bulldogs tackle 3 now. 40 metres out from their own line, bringing it up towards the halfway line now. A solid opening set here, just going through the motions here. Tackle 4, they are going to end up in Panthers territory. That's where they want to be. 5th and last now, Bulldogs to Burton for the high ball. And Dylan Edwards is under this one, keeps his eye on it all the way. Steps around the Fox, steps around Dufty. It's not Dufty. There's 2 ones there, not 1. It's number 11. And he almost got around him. That was Corey Waddell. I saw the 1 and thought it was Duffy, but then he sort of turned a little bit further around and there was another 1 beside it. I'm like, that's not number 1. That's number 11. And that's Waddell, not Duffy. But the Panthers now tackle 3. Raging their way up towards the halfway line. Fifth and last now, smack bang on the halfway line, just a little bit over. They are technically in Bulldogs territory. A kick down to Adokar again, and they've held that. Adokar gets away. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was saying. It's risky. He can get away. He's dropped the ball, but then Coruscant's dropped the ball too. This is what I was saying, though. Like, give that man space at your own peril. Even if you have a set defensive line, he can do something like this. And if he holds onto the ball, it's been slapped out by Isaiah Yeo. Captain Courageous, leading from the front. He just smacks that out. Little cheeky dink. Get out of there, Josh Adokar. Heel Fries. Dan, what career should I do in Rugby League Live 4? I will leave that completely up to the judgment of my fine team of moderators who have so kindly offered their services. But I mean, really, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I've been live streaming in some capacity, whether it be this channel or my gaming channel, for 6 years now. I've been called about everything you can possibly be called. It is really, it's, to describe it as water off a duck's back is even an overstatement. I've been called so many things on an almost daily basis by so many different people from all over the world. It just doesn't even matter anymore. But I'll leave it completely up to you guys. You guys have got the spanner. Feel free to wrench it. Well, a spanner doesn't really wrench, does it? Anyway, I'll leave it up to you guys to deal with our little friend Oscar there any way you see fit. Trevor Daly says, have never made homebrew whiskey before. Have made homebrew beer. Nice. Do you have, like, the bathtub explosions, like when Homer Simpson was doing the homebrews? I love that episode of The Simpsons. Oh! What just happened? Easy as you like, Spencer Lenu. Spencer Lenu, just... I'm having a chat about homebrew alcohol, and Spencer Lenu just goes, boom, I'll have a try, thank you. Straight between two Bulldogs defenders. Easy as you like. 24-6 Penrith, kick to come. Unbelievable. $26 points to 6 on the back of the conversion. Spencer Lenu. Too easy. 26 points to 6. So there we go. That's 20 points. James is looking good for his 11-leg multi. That's well and truly 16 plus points at the moment. Let's ride this the rest of the way home. What's my funnest holiday I ever went to? My funnest holiday. Cleary with the high ball, looking for Adokar again. Adokar takes it, falls on his ass. He's up, but he's wrapped up as well. Funnest holiday. Well, I've never really been overseas for anything fun. Anyway. So, probably when I went to Melbourne to see Kiss and Motley Crue down at the stadium there at Melbourne. And it was my first ever time in Melbourne, so it was like a brand new experience. Yeah, that was good times. Trevor Daly, I've had glass bottles explode from bottling too early. Yeah, actually, all these ones are in plastic. Kick out with the hit up. Am I married or am I fat and sit in my bed eating? Well, clearly I don't sit in my bed eating because standing up at the moment. And no, I'm not married. Thanks for asking, though. And yeah, as I said, I've been doing this for a long time. You've got to be a little bit more imaginative with trolling if you want to try and troll me. And now, Oscar, unfortunately, I have moderators on the channel, and they're a little bit less interested in dealing with your shit than I am. So, farewell, young Oscar, and when you reach about when you get to about 11 or 12 years old, hopefully you understand how life works a little bit more. And yeah, we all mature as we get older, don't we? Third tackle here, Bulldogs. Panthers side of halfway. 6 again for the Bulldogs. Set restart and ball breaking away here. Vaughan with a great run. Paul Vaughan with a fantastic run. King now gets the offload. There's Dufty with a little bit of space. It was shut down quickly, though, by Luai and his opposite number, Dylan Edwards. But that's tackle two. Tackle two. Bulldogs, they're only a couple of meters out from the line. Flanagan, Burton, inside ball to Naden. And that was shut down pretty easily. 6 again, another set restart. And here they come. Out wide they come. Steps inside. That was a great step for a forward. Josh Jackson. What a fantastic step. The step of a back. Third tackle here for the Bulldogs. They're still threatening the Panthers line here. Flanagan, Dufty runs in behind, gets the offload, and just absolutely nothing doing for the Bulldogs. Nothing doing. The Panthers are just sweeping across in defense and covering off these opportunities. I mean, the Bulldogs aren't even really creating opportunities. Poor Trent Barrett. He's up. He saw that space like I just did, but, Trent Barrett, he's up out of his chair. And no, they had it covered, the Panthers, easily. There's just no threat at all in attack from the Bulldogs. And this is what's been happening the past few weekends is they're getting possession, they're getting territory. There just doesn't seem to be any threat to the defensive line. I just don't know. I don't know where they go from here, the Bulldogs. Where do you go from here? There's just absolutely no attacking threat. Anyways, I'm glad it's not my job to try and work this out either. I'll leave that up to the people that need to work that out. Cleary, fifth and last, with the high ball. Dufty's made an absolute mess of it, and he's knocked it on. Right in front of his own post. Panthers are going to have the scrum 10 metres out from the Bulldogs line. Midfield, options left and right. Cleary's going to go one side. Luai's going to go the other. And which way are they going to go? Can the Bulldogs hold on? Heel Fries says, I'm going to try and lead the Tigers team to premiership glory in Rugby League Live 4. You know what I would like to see? I would love it if you could do... I know you... Yeah, I think... I won't say I know. I think you can do custom competitions, right? In Rugby League Live 4. But I don't think you can take that custom competition into a career mode. It would have been great if you could take that customization into career mode. It would have been fantastic. Because, Nathan Cleary, of all people, but it's a penalty. They broke from the scrum early, and they get away with that one. Nathan Cleary gets away with a huge, simple error. MPSHS podcast. Do you think Sharks can make top 4? And are they a dangerous top 4 threat? I will tell you what. I'm going to take a rain check on answering that. I want to see how they go in Melbourne against Melbourne next weekend. They're absolutely... I predicted before the season, before even a preseason warm-up game, I predicted the Sharks to finish in 6th on the ladder. So definitely easily entrenching themselves into the top 8. But top 4, I'm not sure. I actually think that the Sharks, the way that they're going at the moment, I think the Sharks may topple Manly. I had Manly in the top 4. Storm are doing better than I anticipated, so maybe Storm leap above Manly. I had the Sharks coming 6th. Sorry, yeah, I could see them coming. I could see them coming 5th. I think it's a bit early for top 4. I think it's very early for a serious premiership challenge. A dark horse, absolutely a dark horse and a threat on their day. But I just don't think at this point in time. Let's see how they go against the Storm down in Melbourne next weekend. And that'll give us a clearer indication of exactly where the Sharks are. Luai back on the inside to Edwards. And it is now 5th and last. Coruscant to Yo. It's 5th and last. Yo's just going to take the tackle. It's hard to believe that there's still 25 minutes left in this game. Can we have a minute of silence for those Tigers fans who were brave to enter the Sharks Stadium and lose 30 points to 4? I can't do a minute silence. I struggle with a minute silence even when it's legitimate and for a valid reason. I'm a very hard man to keep quiet. But, when it comes to live streams and broadcasting, you need somebody who struggles to keep quiet and just talks utter bollocks, don't you? Penalty here for the Bulldogs. A very relieving one, I'm sure. There wasn't any fans. Actually, I really wonder who... I would love to know who those people were who ran onto the field. Set restart here for the Bulldogs. Burton, inside ball. Beautiful inside ball. And that is what they need more of. They need more of that for sure. See, if they could just do that on the regular, that sort of play there, the Bulldogs, they'd be all right. Heel Fries has sent a link here to somebody who's doing a podcast after the game. Sweet. I will open that up now so that I can check it out. Vaughan with the hit up, fifth and last now. Bulldogs 10 metres out from the line. They go left to Flanagan. Flanagan with a short ball and over the line, but held up. Oh, wow. Stimson held up over the line. Unbelievable defense by the Panthers. Second tackle now, Panthers bringing it out from their own line on the back of a really solid defensive effort. Keeping the Bulldogs have started to show, they show signs, you know? They show signs. They have the makings of a good team, a decent team, and they show signs of it throughout the course of a game. They just can't seem to string it together for an entire game. Fifth and last now, Cleary, 30 metres out, goes high. And it's to Adokar again. But this time, they actually challenge the ball. Crichton fends and grubbers through. I'm pretty sure Charlie Staines was offside. And he was. He was. There's the penalty against Charlie Staines. And I can't believe there's still 22 minutes to go in this game. I really can't. It feels like this game is near the end. Does anyone else have that feeling? This game is like near the end. It should be about 2 minutes to go till full time. But there are still 22 minutes to go in this game. Oh, there's a second ball on the field. You know what would be interesting? I reckon this would be interesting. There should be just like there should be a charity game, right? A charity game. Charity game of footy. 2 balls on the field at the same time. It starts with both teams kicking off to each other. And what happens from that point on is anybody's guess. Charity match, 2 balls on the field at the same time. From the kickoff, it's a kickoff both sides. It's attack and defense at the same time, both ends of the field. Huh? Or would that just be a gigantic mess? Burton puts the ball high. Edwards with another superior take. And the Panthers nullify any potential threat there again. Actually, I didn't think about that, James. We would need about 1,000 referees on the field, wouldn't we? You would need at least 4 touch judges and at least 2 referees. And we've already seen how badly games go with 2 referees on the field. Yeah, actually, forget it. Seemed like a good idea at the time, but then, you know, I am the wasted world of sports after all. Nobody ever said they come here for good ideas. Luai with the kick on the last. A little bit of change of pace. It goes to Naden instead of Adokar. It's all good, James. If I'm I don't want anybody to pull any punches around here, mate. Feel free to speak your mind. If an idea is shit, it's shit. And you're right. You presented. I was just talking out my ass, of course, about the whole thing. But you presented a very valid reason that I had clearly not thought of, and I made a fool to myself for even suggesting it. It wouldn't work because I hadn't even thought about who was going to referee this whole two balls at the same time nonsense. Yeah, please, people, don't pull any punches. We're all mates here. We're all mates. We're all having some friendly banter, watching the footy. As you've probably seen from the interactions with young Oscar there, very, very hard to offend me in any capacity. Very carefree guy. Speak your mind and call shit a shit anytime necessary. Cheers. Unsuccessful challenge here for the Bulldogs. I didn't even know they had one left, to be honest. And I am really struggling to keep my concentration on this game. I mean, it's over as a contest. James, it's looking very good for your 16 plus. Aren't you glad you did not cash out? 26 points to 6. 18. I just can't believe there's 18 minutes to go. That's the part that I'm struggling with. There's 18 minutes to go in this game. It feels like it should be over. It's obviously over as a contest, but I mean, I feel like it should be over time-wise. This is insane. Oh, Cleary. Cleary has... Hang on, was that Tago or Cleary? I was going to say Cleary's got the dropsies tonight, but that might have been Tago. Oh, 16 plus is signed, sealed, delivered, free money. It's done, dusted. It's over. It's guaranteed. Heard it. Oh, we're such assholes, Bobsy. We are such assholes. Signed, sealed, delivered, guaranteed, free money, 16 plus. It's all over, Red Rover. Here goes Josh Adokar for a try. He's got space. He's got support. And the Bulldogs are going to score. And we are such assholes. We jinxed it. We jinxed it. No. Kick to come to make it a 14-point difference. No. No. That can't happen. That can't happen. Oh, out of nowhere. I was still in mid-rant. Jinxes are real, folks. You have just seen live confirmation that the jinx is real. It's 26-10. Hang on, what? You need 16 plus? They could miss the conversion. So if they miss the conversion, you're still good. 16 plus. I just can't believe that. I can't believe that. Out of bloody nowhere. It's a bit of a... The conversion's a bit of a piece of piss, to be perfectly honest. The conversion is a simple one, but you know, we are obviously going to cheer on the miss. We've got to cheer on the miss. I feel like we really need to cheer on the miss now. Miss it for James. He missed it. No! It hit the post and went over! Of all things. Oh, can you imagine? Oh, God. Can you imagine how poor James would have felt if that was like 30 seconds to go in the game and they made that break and $2,000 hangs on that conversion and the son of a bitch hits the post and goes over? James is lucky enough that there is still 16 minutes to go in this game, which I reckon Panthers have probably got about 14 points left in them. Oh, Dufty! Dufty's having an absolute duff of a night. And unbelievable. From the kickoff. Has dropped the ball cold over the dead ball line. I have never seen anything quite like that before. Look at this. Bump, bump, bump. Over it goes. And they've gone for a short dropout, and it's come off some guy's ass and into touch. And it'll be Panthers' ball. I think it came off Brent Naden's ass into touch. Oh, speaking of Blink-182, there is a really hilarious video I recommend checking out. Oh, Christ. What's his name from Blink-182? What are the Blink-182 guys' names? Not the drummer. Not Travis. Mark and Tom. Tom from Blink-182 was at a game of baseball. Major League Baseball, America. And they put... they were playing Blink-182 in between innings. Blink-182 came on the big screen, music video, and the music playing over the PA. And he took video of himself in the present, like reacting to the reaction from in the crowd. It was hilarious. It was hilarious that he was filming himself with people all around him getting into the song, having no idea that it was actually him, the guy from the thing that they're... It was the funniest thing. You have to see it. Obviously, that is not funny at all for me retelling the story. You actually have to see it. But it is hilarious. Cleary with the little dinking up. Oh, Naden has come up there, Gazelle. Brent Naden. Brent Naden up there, Gazelle. AFL awaits you, my friend. Mark of the century. And Tago's also been penalised for taking the man in the air. And that is a good touch finder. And the Bulldogs... Oh, that's a bit of a fluff of a play, the ball. And, oh, God, they just give it straight back to the Panthers. And, oh, look, he just fluffs the play of the ball. Unbelievable. Terrible. 26-12, Panthers. 14-point margin. We need a couple more points here for James. Panthers will have the scrum just inside Bulldogs territory. 12.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time left to score a couple more tries. Ice this game. Ice the 11-leg multi. James says, speaking of fluff, where's your doggy? I'm pretty sure she's in bed. I'm pretty sure she's all snuggled up in the other room with my partner. My two girls hanging out in the other room, not interested at all in the footy. MPSHS Podcast. You deserve way more subscribers. Love your content. I'm going to subscribe to you. Thank you so much, MPSH Podcast. There is a try for the Panthers. Multi is back on for James. Everybody's happy except for Bulldog supporters. And who was that? That was Mitch Kenny. Mitch Kenny's on the field from the interchange. It just opened up and he just fell over. Thank you very much for that MPSHS podcast. Very much appreciated, mate. This is all very new. Like I started this channel back in 2019 for the Rugby World Cup, and then I sort of didn't do anything else with it after that. So it has been a few years, but I am back for the 2022 NRL season, and I'm having a lot of fun. Really enjoying it. So yeah, it has sort of lied dormant for a few years. And here we are now. Nathan Cleary with the conversion. He is 5 from 5 tonight on the conversions. Absolutely piece of piss here. He could knock this over with his penis. 6 out of 600%. 32 points to 12 Panthers. Ten minutes to go. 20-point difference. We do not want the Bulldogs to get over again. Oh, God. Let's not talk. Let's not jinx it again, because I feel really bad. I feel really bad. Like, that whole nightmare scenario, just played out right before all of our eyes. Live. Right in front of our faces. That all just played out as we jinxed it in real time. That was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that. Trevor Daly says, yes, I can see this channel taking off. You do have the voice for it, and you drink at the same time. Well, I don't know if drinking's necessarily got anything to do with it taking off or not, but it worked for my other channel, to be fair, the whole drinking thing. So maybe there's something in that. Maybe people just really like seeing intoxicated people do things. Because, as I said, it worked for my gaming channel. I have 2 gaming channels with 9,000 subscribers. 2 separate gaming channels, both with 9,000 subscribers. And I essentially do the same thing on both of them, but instead of commentating on sports games, I'm commentating on video games. So, yeah, the common connection there is me being on the piss. Might be something in that. Moral of the story, drink more, everyone. Drink more. Drink more and be successful. Cheers. Oh, God. Now the Bulldogs, just to cap off what's been a really crappy night for them, they're now falling over their own feet. And that was hilarious. 4th tackle. We are back to the Bulldogs really not making any territory at all. 5th and last, 40 metres out from their own line. They only made a 34-metre gain off that set of 6. They really went nowhere. Well, not really nowhere. They went 34 metres. But 34 metres comparatively is bloody nowhere. And the Panthers are starting this set 40 metres out from their own line. That's where the Bulldogs ended up. On the back of 5 tackles, the Panthers are starting there on tackle 1. And tackle 2 now, Edwards is wrangled down on the halfway line. Tackle 3, they're going to be in Bulldogs territory. Crichton dummies and goes on his own and is swarmed. Nobody fell for that. Edwards is stretching out a cramp in background. 6 again. Coruscant, you cheeky little bugger. You played that so well. Coruscant was looking for the set restart. And there he was. He nailed it. 6 again, Panthers. Fisher-Harris takes it up, tackle 1. Now, 20 metres out from the Bulldogs line on that set restart, tackle 2. Thompson comes rushing up out of the line on Eisenhuth, but he did not take him down, and Eisenhuth just rolls around out of that and makes 5 or 10 meters. Luai, inside ball to Tago. Tago's fallen over and lost the ball, and he's lost the ball over the dead ball line. And that's not where you want to lose the ball. And he's injured as well, Tago. No, he's all right. He's running it out. He just had a little bit of a stinger there, Tago. He's all good. He's back up on his feet. Not entirely sure what's happening here. 20-meter restart, yep. Bobsy says, don't trust anyone who says trust me, because trust me, son, I've dealt with some untrustworthy people. Actually, was that Bobsy saying that, or was that Bobsy taking the piss? Okay, I need to go back. I need to backtrack in the chat room here a little bit. So James has said, my dad gave me one advice in life, Vopsy. He said, never trust anyone who says trust me. Oh, okay, so Vopsy's now just quoting James's dad. You know what else? I'll go once to... Oh, hello! People have been asking about you. Yeah. People have been asking about you. How's your night been, huh? You haven't... This is the first time you've wandered in here. You know, I would have thought the Bulldogs were your favourite team. You've got to support your own kind. Obviously, she's not a Bulldog. She's the least convincing Bulldog that's ever existed. But I just meant, you know, you've got to support your fellow canines. Huh? Are you supporting the Bulldogs tonight, Alara? Going for the Bulldogs? You don't care, do you? She cares not for the football. She doesn't like football. She likes her yellow ball. Yeah, this is So this is her favorite toy. A bouncy yellow ball with a smiley face on it. And yeah, for whatever reason, she goes absolutely nuts over it. So she doesn't like the football, but she does love the yellow bouncy ball. All right. Just under 4 minutes to go. 32 points to 12. That's only 20 points. Bulldogs. Tackle 1. Tackle 2 now into Panthers territory. Oh, God. Hang on. 16 points, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Oh, James. That's a forward pass to Vaughan. It has not been called. Well, camera angle didn't help, of course, but it still looks slightly forward. And, oh, God, 3.5 minutes to go. Burton puts the early kick in and just bumped over the line. Oh, God, I'm starting to feel nervous for you, James. To be perfectly honest, I'm starting to feel nervous on your behalf here. It's not even my $2,000. But I'm starting to feel very nervous for you. Oh, God. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm so nervous I need to go... Josh Adokar. Forward pass. Zach on G Fuel. Ahoy there. Sorry, mate. I was away having a little break. There was a little bit of a long lineup at the urinal. I apologize for that, but welcome along there, Zach on G Fuel. They held on. They held on. Panthers feed. Panthers just have to get through this set. And James is the winner of the night. Nothing stupid here from the Panthers. John Poulos. Ahoy. Penalty, Panthers. Penalty, Panthers. Crush a tackle. That's going to help as well. 16 plus, it got way more stressful than I thought it would. Especially when Vobsy and I were giving you shit and we really didn't mean for any of that to happen. It was just a really bad coincidence that it all played out during that time. But that's a very relieving penalty because now if the Bulldogs are going to pull something out of their ass, they're going to have to do it from their own side of halfway. Tackle one. Panthers have still got the ball as well. Let's not forget about that. They just have to one out. Look at that. Panthers' next 5 games. Oh, they took it off the screen before I could finish. 8 seconds to go. This is it. They just have to take it to ground. Coruscant to Luai. Grubbers it through for Kickow, who scores the try. And he's knocked himself out in the process. Try. It's going up as a try. We're obviously going to have a look at it. The bunker needs to get involved one last time tonight to have the last say. But Kickow over. And that ices it. James, congratulations, mate. Oh, he's knocked the ball on. He's knocked the ball on and didn't score anyway, but it doesn't matter. He didn't need to. You're already safe. Congratulations, James. To James. That is no try to kick out, but you didn't need it. Lucky. Jesus. Can you imagine if that was the moment that swung the whole bet? But no, it doesn't. You've already got it secured. That's no try. Kickout's knocked it on. But yeah, cheers. James, enjoy your winnings, my friend. A drink to you. It went up as a try, you see. It was awarded on field. But we do need to have a look at this. And it's no try, by the way. It's absolutely no try. The ball, it came away from his hand. There's no connection there. They don't even care. The players could not give 2 shits. The players do not care. They're shaking hands and doing the lineups. They don't even care what the outcome of this is. That is hilarious. The players didn't even care what the end result of that was. So there we go. The Panthers are back on top of the table in the live ladder. The Sharks were there temporarily when this game first kicked off. So what happens now is on the NRL ladder, on the back of that is the Sharks will stay in second place. So we actually have got to the end of the weekend, end of round 5. End of round 5, and the Sharks are second on the ladder. My Sharkies, second on the ladder behind the Panthers. The Panthers, my dad's team, so therefore my second team. What an unbelievable start to the year. It's a great time to be me. well, not necessarily me, but like it's a great time to be the teams that I support. And yes, congratulations, James. That was great work. An 11 leg multi. All right, I shall take my leave here. Wasted World of Sports. I'm so thankful to each and every one of you that come and join me and listen to my nonsensical ramblings each and every week for every game. Thank you very much. Having a lot of fun. Long live the channel. And yeah, I guess I'll see you. I'll see you. Well, I'm going to do a video for Team of the Week on Tuesday. So, you know, every Tuesday I'll try and do my Team of the Week for the round just gone. And hopefully next week as well, I'll be back into my same game multis and I'll have some videos up and get some tips in before the games actually kick off, which is always a lot more helpful, isn't it? So, thank you very much. Absolutely enjoyed your company as always. And I shall catch you next time. And I'll stick around on Discord if you're on the Discord. I'm going to be watching the Sunday night footy show with Matty Johns. So if you're on the Discord, feel free to keep the live coverage running because I will keep the Matty Johns show on. And yeah, I'll catch you all next time. All right. Thank you very much. Cheers. Also, if Heel Fries is still around, feel free to share that link again for that mate of yours who's doing a podcast at 8:30. Yeah, if you're still around, Heel Fries, feel free to post that link again. If I remember, because it's still 25 minutes away. Lord knows what's going to happen to me between now and 25 minutes away, but I do hope to come over and check it out. But yeah, if you are still there, mate, feel free to post that link again. And yes, catch you next time. Thank you so much. Cheers.